Chapter 1077. Seeing the little white fellow's expression, Yixian knew that she must have found another treasure. The little white fellow transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared into the distance. Yixian hurriedly followed her with a moo. It had to be said that Yixian and Amu were very excited at this moment. There was also a sense of thrill amidst the excitement. On the spot, Divine General Wuxia stared blankly at the Divine King's throne that had disappeared. Gone. The Divine Tree of Origin was gone. Now the Divine King's throne was gone too. Both of the deity race's treasures were gone. What should he do? Wuxia suddenly turned to look at Xiao Dao in the distance. He just stared at Xiao Dao and didn't dare to say anything harsh. Xiao Dao didn't pay any attention to him and vanished on the spot. After Xiao Dao disappeared, Wuxia's expression instantly turned ferocious as he turned to leave. In the distance, Yixian and Amu followed the little white fellow as she flew. On the way, Yixian looked into the distance. Where is she going? Amu glanced into the distance and said, "That's the direction of Hades." Hades? Yixian was stunned and said, "Are there any treasures in Hades?" Amu nodded. Yes. Yixian was about to ask something when the little white fellow in the distance suddenly sped up. Seeing this, Yixian's expression changed, and he hurriedly sped up as well. Before long, Yixian and Amu were brought to an ancient city by the little white fellow. This ancient city was completely different from the deity race's Divine King's palace. The entire ancient city was incomparably gloomy and filled with bone-piercing cold winds. Yixian glanced around and frowned. This place gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. At this moment, the little white fellow pushed open the ancient city's gates and floated in. Yixian hurriedly followed along with Amu. After entering the city, the sinister aura became even stronger. Right at this moment, the little white fellow suddenly stopped. Before her was a long bridge. Below the bridge was a pool of black water, and in the middle of the bridge stood an old lady. Yixian looked at Amu. Amu's expression was incomparably solemn. That's Polo, the guide of Hades. He's very strong. Very strong. Yixian nodded and was secretly on guard. At this moment, the little white guy floated to Polo. Polo looked at the little guy, then took out a bowl filled with clear water. She handed the bowl to the little white guy. Amu hurriedly said, "Don't drink it. That's the water of the river of forgetfulness." The little white fellow blinked. She sniffed lightly, shook her head, and was about to go over. At this time, Polo suddenly stood in front of her. The little white guy blinked and then raised his little paw, meaning, "Do you want to fight?" Polo looked at the little white guy and didn't say anything. The little white guy suddenly turned around and returned to Yixian's body. Yixian was stunned, but soon, she flew out again. This time, there was a black box in her paw. A box. Yixian. The little white guy was about to open the box. At this time, Xiao Dao suddenly appeared next to the little white guy. She looked at him and said, "You go over." The little white guy blinked, then put away the box and flew over. Polo narrowed his eyes and was about to attack when a mysterious power suddenly enveloped him. Polo's pupils shrank. She looked at Xiao Dao in front of her. Xiao Dao stared at Polo. "If you don't want to die, then stay here. Otherwise, not even Abzang can save you." Abzang. The #1 super expert of Hades. Polo looked at Xiao Dao and said in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" Xiao Dao didn't say anything. She directly followed the little white guy. Yixian and Amu also hurriedly followed. At this time, Polo suddenly said, "High Priest." Amu stopped, looked at Polo beside him, blinked and said, "Polo, how are you?" Polo looked at the High Priest. "Who is she?" Amu smiled. "She's called Xiao Dao, from Tendo's pawn shop." Hearing this, Polo's pupils shrank. Tendo's pawn shop. Polo looked at Amu. "What are you doing?" Amu blinked. "I don't know what we're doing either, hee. With that, she grabbed Yixian's hand and ran. On the bridge, Polo stood all alone. Soon, the little white guy brought Yixian and Amu to a large hall. Yixian looked up and saw 3 large black words above the hall. Hall of Life and Death. Yixian looked at Amu. Amu softly said, "It's where the Lord of Hades lives. He can control the life and death of all living beings in the world." Of course, that's a bit of an exaggeration. after reaching the Karma realm. He no longer has any control. Yixian nodded. At this time, the little white guy suddenly flew in. Yixian hurriedly brought a Mu with him. Xiao Dao looked around, a trace of worry in her eyes. She didn't think too much about it and hurriedly followed. After the little white guy entered the Hall of Life and Death, she looked around. Finally, her gaze fell on a mirror at the top of the hall. The mirror was the same size as an ordinary mirror. The only difference was that there was a closed eye at the center of the mirror. The little white guy's eyes lit up when she saw the mirror. She flew directly to the mirror and was about to touch it with her little claw. At this moment, the eye suddenly opened. The little white guy was shocked and hurriedly retracted her claw. But it didn't take long for her to realize that she shouldn't be afraid. That eye was looking at the little white fellow, and the little white fellow was looking at her as well. Right at this moment, some scenes suddenly appeared in the mirror. The first to appear was a man in green robes. However, as soon as this man appeared, the scene stopped abruptly. The little white guy blinked and waved her little claw lightly. The eye just stared at the little white guy, and a powerful force suddenly swept out. Yixian's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene, and he was about to attack. However, right at this moment, the little white fellow suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled, and then the powerful force vanished without a trace. At the same time, the mirror became slightly illusory. At this moment, the eye was filled with terror. The little white guy grabbed the mirror and tossed it at Yixian. The mirror was tossed into the world prison pagoda. Yixian was speechless. A Mu suddenly said, "This is the mirror of misfortune. It can observe a person's past and present lives. It can even be used to spy on the world. It's very extraordinary." The mirror of misfortune. Yixian nodded. Past and present lives? I'll have to take a good look at it later. He really wanted to know about his past and present lives. Meanwhile, the little white guy hadn't left yet. She sniffed lightly, and it didn't take long for her eyes to light up. She waved her little claw lightly. Immediately after that, the ground suddenly trembled under the gazes of Yixian, Amu, and Xiao Dao. The treasure is underground. Yixian and Amu exchanged a glance. Yixian asked, "Are there any other treasures?" Amu spoke in a low voice, "I don't know. Just watch." Boom. Right at this moment, the entire Hall of Life and Death shook violently. Immediately after, a ray of black light shot into the sky from underground. The little white guy flew out, and Yixian and the other two hurriedly followed. Outside the Hall of Life and Death, a thick ancient book floated in the air above the hall. Yixian looked at the ancient book and asked, "Amu, what's this?" Amu looked at the ancient book. Moments later, her pupils constricted. That's the treasure of the underworld, the Heavenly Book of Divination. The Heavenly Book of Divination? Yixian was about to ask something when the little white guy had already flown to the Heavenly Book of Divination. At this moment, the Heavenly Book of Divination suddenly opened, and a powerful aura enveloped her. The little white guy waved her claw, and a strand of purple chi enveloped the Heavenly Book of Divination. The latter shuddered, and then it suddenly closed. At this moment, the little white guy suddenly waved her claw swiftly, as if she was saying something. The Heavenly Book of Divination also trembled slowly, as if it was responding. This went on for about 15 minutes, and the Heavenly Book of Divination suddenly floated in front of the little white guy. The little white guy grinned, waved her claw, and a strand of purple chi enveloped the Heavenly Book of Divination. The Heavenly Book of Divination trembled happily. After a while, the Heavenly Book of Divination suddenly turned into a ray of white light and entered the prison pagoda in Yixian's abdomen. It went in again. Yixian felt like he was in a dream. In such a short period of time, he had obtained a few super divine items. Moreover, the heaven-battling beast seemed to be about to reach adulthood. Yixian looked at the little white guy, and the little white guy turned its head to the right. Seeing this, Amu said excitedly, "That's where the ancient Xing clan is." The little white guy was about to fly away, when Xiao Dao suddenly blocked her way. The little white guy blinked and looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao sighed softly. Something big is going to happen. The little white guy waved her little claws. Xiao Dao sighed again, and turned to look at Yixian below. "Are you really not going to stop her?" Yixian hesitated and then asked, "Why?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. If she continues to search like this, she will find all the treasures in the era of gods and demons. Do you know how many forces you will offend? You will offend the deity race, the underworld, and the ancient Xing clan. Have you thought about the consequences? Yi Xian asked. Miss Xiao Dao, if I don't take these treasures, will they not kill me? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and said nothing. Yi Xian laughed. I am on the side of the Wu clan. It was simple and clear. Xiao Dao turned to look at Amu and said softly, You are very powerful. Yi Xian had made his stand clear in one sentence. Amu was silent. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. You will get into big trouble. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior, I didn't take those treasures. At the side, the little white fellow nodded hurriedly. She pointed at herself with her little claw as if she was saying that she was the one who took it. Xiao Dao looked at the little white guy, and the latter waved her little claws quickly. Yi Xian had no idea what she was talking about. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly sighed. You have to understand that you are alone now. He and the horn girl are not here, right? The little white guy blinked and pointed at Yi Xian. Xiao Dao said calmly, He is the weakest among us. Yi Xian was speechless. The little white guy thought for a moment and waved her little claws quickly. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. What did she say? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. She said that if anyone bullies her, she will call for help. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1078. Call for help. Yi Xian had a strange expression on his face. Call for who? It must be the green-robed man and the horned little girl. At this moment, the little Taoist suddenly said, Go! Yi Xian and the little white fellow looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao looked back at the little fellow. Go. I'll take care of it for you. She knew that this was an opportunity for her, Xiao Dao. If she did not form this good karma, she would not have such a chance again. Although this good karma would also lead to many bad karma, it was worth it. It was very, very worth it. The little white fellow grinned when she heard Xiao Dao's words. Then she turned and ran away. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao remained expressionless. You guys go first. Yi Xian wanted to say something but Amu quickly pulled him back. Let's go. With that, she pulled Yi Xian away and soon disappeared into the distance. After Yi Xian and Amu left, Xiao Dao turned to look at a man who looked like a monk. The man was dressed in a monk's robe and held a string of prayer beads in his left hand. Abzang. This man was the underworld's strongest expert. Abzang looked at Xiao Dao and said softly, Miss Xiao Dao, how have you been? Xiao Dao smiled. Abzang, you've improved a lot. Abzang shook his head. I've never been able to reach that level. Xiao Dao said softly, Not many people have been able to reach that level since ancient times. Abzang looked at Xiao Dao. Is there anyone in this world who has reached that level? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes, and there are quite a few. Abzang frowned. Quite a few. Little Taoist nodded slightly. I already know of 5. Abzang fell silent. Xiao Dao looked at Abzang. Don't you want to know who it is? Abzang shook his head. What's the point of knowing or not? Xiao Dao looked at Abzang. You're wrong. It's very meaningful to you and the underworld. Abzang raised his head to look at Xiao Dao. Please enlighten me, Miss Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao turned around and gazed into the distance. Do you know who that little fellow who took the treasure of the underworld is? The legendary spirit ancestor. Abzang said softly. Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. This is the last spirit ancestor of the 5th dimension. Abu looked into the distance, thinking about something. Xiao Dao said with smile. Don't even think about hitting on her. You will die without a burial. The 5 people that Miss Xiao Dao mentioned are related to her? Abzang asked softly. Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. And the young man beside her. Those 5 people are also related to him. That young man is not simple. Unfortunately, the Wu clan beat him to it. Abzang said. Xiao Dao looked at Abzang. They took away the most precious treasure of the underworld. What do you plan to do? Miss Xiao Dao, do you want the underworld to give up on recovering it? Abzang asked softly. Xiao Dao smiled and did not say anything. Abzang suddenly said, Miss Xiao Dao, their actions are like bullying. The reason I didn't make a move was because of Mississippi, The little Taoist smiled and said, "My needle of destiny was also exchanged for a Tonghulu by her." Abzang looked at Xiao Dao and did not say anything. Xiao Dao smiled. "Abzang, you are a wise person. Sometimes losing something is not a bad thing. Good or bad, it is often decided by a single thought." Abzang suddenly asked, "Miss, can you ask him to return the 2 treasures to the underworld?" Xiao Dao asked, "If he returns them, can the underworld not interfere with his affairs?" Abzang was silent for a moment. "Miss, can you ask him to leave the Wu clan?" Xiao Dao shook her head and smiled. "Do you see that? Even if he doesn't take the treasures, the underworld will still target him because of his identity, right?" Abzang was silent. Xiao Dao smiled. "That's all I have to say. I don't want to say anything else. Today give me, Xiao Dao, some face and do not take action." Then she turned and left. Abzang suddenly asked, "What if we take action?" Xiao Dao stopped and turned to look at Abzang. "I will make the heavenly clan disappear from this world. If you don't believe me, you can try." Then she turned and left. The heavenly clan. Abzang was silent. Xiao Dao was talking about the heavenly clan, and not the underworld. He naturally understood what it meant. Xiao Dao. Just how strong was this woman who used to be so mysterious? No one knew. Abzang was silent. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Abzang. This man was the deity race's modern deity god, Haotian. Abzang looked at Haotian. The latter smiled. "What an arrogant Miss Xiao Dao," Abzang said softly. "Do you think she doesn't have the strength?" Haotian smiled. "She is definitely not weak. However, she might have underestimated us," Abzang said. "We have to give her face." Haotian nodded. "If this woman completely turns to the Wu clan, it will be very disadvantageous for us." Then he looked into the distance and smiled. "They are about to reach the Guxing clan. I would like to see if the people from the Guxing clan will show her some respect." At the end of the horizon, Xiao Dao suddenly stopped. She turned her head and looked at them. A disdainful smile appeared on her face. "Underestimate you? You are just a group of 5th dimension ants. Why should I overestimate you?" After saying that, she disappeared. Soon, the white little fellow arrived at the Guxing clan with a Mu and Yi Xian. The Guxing clan's habitat was not comparable to the deity king palace and the underworld. They lived in a primitive forest. The white little fellow seemed to have discovered something. She was excited and ran quickly. Soon, she arrived in front of a cave. Just as she was about to enter the cave, a powerful force suddenly attacked her from the side. At this time, Xiao Dao appeared next to the white little fellow. She waved her right hand and the powerful force disappeared without a trace. Little Taoist turned his head and saw a man walking towards him. The man was completely naked, and he held a giant axe in his hand. He looked at little Taoist, and without saying a word, he leaped up and swung the axe at little Taoist. Xiao Dao waved her sleeve. Boom. The giant axe in the man's hand exploded. He was pushed back dozens of feet and slammed heavily into the mountain wall. At this moment, a heavy expression appeared in the man's eyes. However, just as he was about to rush toward Xiao Dao, a voice suddenly drifted over from the side. "Stop!" Upon hearing this voice, the man respectfully took a step back. Xiao Dao glanced to the left. Over there, a man could be seen walking over. This man was clad in beast skin. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and he exuded a tyrannical aura. This man was none other than the current leader of the Guxing clan, Gu Zhantian. Gu Zhantian walked toward Xiao Dao. "Miss Xiao Dao, I trust you have been well since we last met." Xiao Dao ignored Gu Zhantian. She stared at the white little fellow in front of her. The little fellow blinked and pointed at Xiao Dao before pointing at Gu Zhantian. Xiao Dao laughed. "If you really want it, go in and take it. With me here, no one will be able to harm you." Little White shook her head. She turned and flew to the front of Yi Xian. After that, she pointed at Yi Xian as she waved her claws lightly. Yi Xian stared at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao spoke in a heavy voice. She said she wants to leave. As for those treasures, she has already strengthened them. You can use them first, but you are not allowed to harm them. If they want to leave, you are not allowed to obstruct them. If they are unwilling to leave, she will come and find you in the future. After that, she will strengthen them again, helping them to improve themselves. Yi Xian was stunned. After that he nodded. Okay. At this moment, the treasures in his body suddenly flew out. They trembled lightly, as though they were trying to express something. Little White grinned. With a wave of its claws, countless strands of violet chi enveloped those treasures. As for itself, it directly turned illusory. Little White pointed at Yi Xian as it waved its claws. Yi Xian gazed at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao fell silent for a short moment before he said, "She asked them to follow you. That way, she'll be able to find them in the future. If they are unwilling to follow you, then they can leave. However, they can't harm you. Otherwise, they'll be beaten to death." Yi Xian hurriedly gazed at the little fellow and asked, "Beaten to death by who?" Little White blinked, grinned, and then waved its claws swiftly. Yi Xian gazed at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao didn't speak this time. Right at this moment, an enormous axe suddenly flew out from within the cave. It was mostly pitch black while its blade was bright red. The handle seemed as if it was made from lava, and it was completely crimson red. Moreover, it emanated a powerful and ruthless aura. Yi Xian's expression instantly became solemn when he saw this enormous axe. The might of this axe is absolutely superior to the Execution Heaven Sword. What axe was this? Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at Amu. Amu spoke in a light voice. The Battle God axe was once a treasure belonging to the first clan leader of the Gu Xing clan. It's also the most precious treasure of the Gu Xing clan. However, it's said that Gu Xing was heavily injured when he fought against that supreme expert. Battle God axe. Yi Xian's gaze landed on the Battle God axe. That axe was trembling lightly, as though it was trying to express something. Little White blinked its eyes before turning to Gu Zhantian, who was not far away. Gu Zhantian's expression turned extremely grim. He didn't expect that the Battle God axe would fly out by itself. Gu Zhantian spoke in a heavy voice. "Divine axe, you cannot leave with outsiders." At this moment, the Battle God axe abruptly chopped down ruthlessly towards Gu Zhantian. Upon seeing this scene, the spectators were all stunned. What was going on? Gu Zhantian was also stunned. Did this Battle God axe go crazy? It actually dared to act against him? Not daring to think too much, Gu Zhantian brandished the axe and slashed out. Boom. The Battle God axe was forced to a halt. And at this moment, a roar of rage rang out from within the Battle God axe. As the sound of this roar rang out, Gu Zhantian instantly retreated tens of meters. When he stopped, a look of terror could be seen on his face. The Battle God axe didn't attack again. Instead, it floated towards the illusory Little White. The little guy blinked and then pointed at Yi Xian in the distance with its little paw. The Battle God axe nodded. Seeing the Battle God axe nodding, Little White waved its claws as a violet chi enveloped the Battle God axe. At this moment, Little White completely vanished. At the instant it vanished, a black box appeared before Yi Xian. Upon seeing the black box, Xiao Dao's eyelids twitched. P.S. Good luck, Wuhan. Good luck, China. Chapter 1079. Little Rascal left. Staring at the box in front of him, Yi Xian suddenly felt a sense of disappointment. With regards to Little Rascal, he had a very favorable impression of him. At this moment, Gu Zhantian suddenly walked towards Yi Xian. "Leave the divine battle axe behind." Yi Xian stared at Gu Zhantian. "Did you see that? It was the one who chose to follow us." Gu Zhantian stared at Yi Xian. "I don't wish to waste words with you. Leave the divine axe behind, or this place shall be the place where all of you will die." Oh. At this moment, Xiao Dao, who was not far away, suddenly laughed. "Is the Gu Xing clan very powerful?" Gu Zhantian stared at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao abruptly vanished from his original location. From afar, Gu Zhantian's eyes narrowed. He brandished his axe with both hands and ferociously slashed out. Boom. As the axe descended, Gu Zhantian directly retreated 100 meters. And the moment he stopped, a flying dagger suddenly flew towards him. Gu Zhantian's expression changed as he slashed out with his axe. Boom. The instant the axe came into contact with the flying dagger, it instantly shattered. The flying dagger continued forward, slashing towards Gu Zhantian. And at this moment, Gu Zhantian stomped his right foot and retreated several hundred meters. After stopping, Gu Zhantian stared fixedly at Xiao Dao. At this moment, other than heaviness, there was also trepidation in his eyes. Before Xiao Dao, that flying dagger quietly floated in the air. This flying dagger looked extremely ordinary, yet it contained a shocking amount of divine energy within it. Xiao Dao glanced at Gu Zhantian. If you dare to attack again, I will kill you. Don't display the arrogance of your Gu Xing clan before me. Even your ancestor isn't qualified to do so. Do you understand? After speaking, she turned to Yi Xian. Let's go. Yi Xian nodded. He hurriedly pulled a mu and followed behind Xiao Dao. He could sense that right now in this dimension, there were many experts spying on him. If he didn't follow Xiao Dao, he most probably wouldn't be able to leave this dimension. Little Daoist put away the flying knife and walked into the distance. Yi Xian and Amu quickly followed. As for Gu Zhantian, he didn't act again. Although people from the Gu Xing clan were arrogant, they weren't fools. The strength of this woman before him was clearly above him. If he acted, he would die for sure. Just like that, he could only watch as Xiao Dao and the other two left. In the distance, Yi Xian tugged at Xiao Dao's sleeve. Xiao Dao, why don't we speed up? Xiao Dao looked around and said, I'm going to walk slowly. I'm going to show them that we're going to walk out of here openly. If they're not satisfied, then come at me. Her voice was so loud that the entire nothingness dimension could hear her clearly. Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Dao. This woman wants to kill. He could sense that Xiao Dao was extremely angry at this moment. It was best not to antagonize her at this moment, or the consequences would be dire. On the way, Yi Xian felt some trepidation. If the heavenly race surrounded them, it would be extremely dangerous for them. However, no one came out to obstruct them. At this moment, Xiao Dao and Amu suddenly stopped. The two of them turned their heads and looked to the right. There was a grave there. Yi Xian also stared at it. At this moment, Xiao Dao shook her head. You're a step too slow. After speaking, she walked away. Yi Xian glanced at Amu. What does she mean? Amu blinked. I don't know either. Yi Xian stared at Amu. You definitely know. Amu giggled. There's an old friend sleeping here. She's a little slow to wake up, that's all. After speaking, she pulled Yi Xian and walked forward. Yi Xian asked, Amu, why did you wake up earlier than her? Amu blinked. Tendo rewards hard work. Yi Xian was speechless. Soon, the three of them arrived at the exit of the void dimension. There, the three of them saw Old Tombkeeper. Old Tombkeeper looked at the three of them. Finally, his gaze landed on Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Yi Xian blinked. What are you trying to say, senior? Old Tombkeeper shook his head. I don't want to say anything. Yi Xian was speechless. Old Tombkeeper looked at Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, they won't let this go. Xiao Dao smiled. Will they go to the pawn shop to take revenge on me? Old Tombkeeper shook his head. Of course they wouldn't dare to take revenge on you, but... As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. What was the meaning of this? Xiao Dao calmly said, Let's go. After speaking, she left the void dimension. Yi Xian hurriedly left with Amu. After the three of them left, three people suddenly appeared. These three people were Haotian, Abzang, and Gu Zhantian. Haotian looked at Old Tombkeeper. Do you know the true identity of Xiao Dao? Old Tombkeeper shook his head. I don't. After speaking, he turned and left. Haotian suddenly said, Sir, your mission has been completed. Old Tombkeeper halted. He shook his head. I'm not guarding you guys. With that, he picked up the broom at the side and walked away. Hearing Old Tombkeeper's words, Haotian frowned. At this moment, Gu Zhantian suddenly asked, Are we letting them leave just like that? Abzang shook his head. That Xiao Dao is too mysterious. We have just awakened and our strength has yet to fully recover. It's not suitable for us to act. Gu Zhantian solemnly asked, What is this woman's background exactly? Haotian shook his head. I only know that the previous emperor was extremely respectful towards her. Abzang suddenly asked, Has the divine teacher awakened? Haotian shook his head. Not yet, but he should wake up soon. Abzang fell silent. Divine teacher. Just like the high priest of the Wu clan, The status of the divine teacher in the heavenly clan was even higher than the three of them. Back then, the reason why the heavenly clan and the Wu clan went into hibernation was because the divine teacher and high priest of the heavenly clan had decided to do so. No one dared to refute the decision made by the two of them. The high priest of the Wu clan had already awakened, but the divine teacher of the heavenly clan had yet to wake up. At this moment, Haotian suddenly spoke. Maybe now is the best time to kill the high priest. Hearing this, Abzang and Gu Zhantian's countenances wavered. If the high priest of the Wu clan fell, it would definitely be a calamity to the Wu clan. Without the high priest, how could the Wu clan resist the heavenly clan? Xiao Dao brought Yi Xian and Amu back to the pawnshop. Within the pawnshop, Xiao Dao sat on a chair as she stared at Yi Xian and Amu. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before asking, Xiao Dao, what's the matter? Xiao Dao glanced at Amu, the high priest. Amu blinked. Hello, Miss Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao laughed. I have to say you're very impressive. The smile on Amu's face gradually vanished. I have no ill intentions. Xiao Dao laughed lightly. I know you have no ill intentions. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian. My harvest is not small. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he took out the needle of fate and passed it to Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, I'm returning this to you. Xiao Dao glanced at the needle of fate. Why are you returning it to me? This is something she exchanged for using candied fruits. It's yours now. There's no need to return it to me. Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Dao. You won't take revenge on me, right? Xiao Dao stared at Yi Xian. Are you afraid of me taking revenge? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded his head. If this woman wanted to take revenge on him, his future days wouldn't be easy. Xiao Dao stared at Yi Xian. This needle is yours now. As she spoke, she opened her palm and a mirror appeared in it. It was the mirror of misfortune that she had obtained from the underworld. Looking at the mirror of misfortune in her hand, Xiao Dao's expression was somewhat complicated. I never expected this mirror to fall into your hands. Yi Xian asked, Miss Xiao Dao, is there something special about this mirror? Xiao Dao nodded. This mirror is called the Mirror of Misfortune, also known as the Mirror of Three Lives. It can see past lives, present lives, and future lives. Of course, it can't do that now. However, at its peak, it can do that. If it falls into the hands of a powerful spell god, it can also see its next life. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Spell god. Xiao Dao said indifferently, it's a mysterious profession from a long time ago. It's quite powerful, but it's almost extinct now. Yi Xian asked again, how long ago? Xiao Dao said angrily, why do you have so many questions? Are you looking for a beating? Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Daoist glared at Yi Xian and then said, this mirror of misfortune has an especially great function now. And that is, it can observe the world. You can use it to observe any place in the five-dimensional universe. Of course, some people in some places still can't, because they are powerful enough to see through the mysteries of heaven. Unless you're strong enough, then you'll be able to see them. Yi Xian blinked, and then he said, can I use it to find the woman in a plain dress? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. If she doesn't stop you, then you should be able to see her. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I'll give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the mirror of misfortune. Find the woman in a plain dress. Mirror of misfortune was speechless. Xiao Dao shook her head. You really are an idiot. As she spoke, she picked up the mirror of misfortune and pointed it at Yi Xian. Pour your fresh blood and profound energy into it. And then imagine the appearance of the woman in a plain dress in your mind. Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly, and then he nodded. He flicked his finger, and a drop of blood essence entered the mirror of misfortune. At the same time, a strand of pure profound energy surged into the mirror of misfortune, and the appearance of the woman in a plain dress appeared in his mind. The mirror of misfortune suddenly started trembling, and the space in the surroundings gradually started to surge like waves. A short moment later, the eye suddenly opened. Bang! A powerful force swept out from the pawnshop, and then it shot into the depths of the starry sky. An enormous illusory eye suddenly appeared there. The eye looked down at the starry sky, and a mysterious force suddenly pierced through the starry sky and arrived at the fourth dimension. In the fourth dimension, in an unknown expanse of the starry sky, a woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped moving, and then she raised her head to look. Bang! In the fifth dimension, the enormous illusory eye suddenly exploded. Within the pawnshop, the mirror of misfortune in front of Yi Xian suddenly closed, and a strand of fresh blood flowed out from it. At the same time, the entire mirror of misfortune had cracked apart. Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. Xiao Dao looked at the cracked mirror of misfortune with a complicated expression. Release 1. In the distant fourth dimension, in the starry sky, a wisp of disdain arose on the corners of the woman's mouth. That was many years ago. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and continued forward. Chapter 1080. The pawnshop suddenly fell silent. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao and waited for Xiao Dao's answer. Xiao Dao shook her head and said softly, "She's too strong. Heaven's secrets are unfathomable." Yi Xian fell silent. Xiao Dao glanced at the mirror of misfortune in her hand and said, "Keep this mirror well. It'll be very useful to you." Yi Xian nodded and put the mirror of misfortune away. As if thinking of something, he took out the book of divination. "Xiao Dao, what's this book of divination?" Xiao Dao glanced at the book of divination and said, "This is a divine item of the Phantom Valley path. It's not suitable for you." As she spoke, she looked at Amu. "You can give it to her." Amu blinked and stretched out her hand. Yi Xian didn't think much of it. He passed the book of divination to Amu and said, "What's the Phantom Valley path?" Amu smiled and put the book of divination away. The Phantom Valley path is a person, a legendary person. It's said to be from the era of Tendo. In any case, this person is very powerful. He even schemed against Tendo. Yi Xian asked hurriedly, "And the result?" Amu smiled. After Tendo was schemed against, he beat him to death. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, little Taoist suddenly said, "The heavenly Tao's sinister tricks were learned from this book of divination." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and looked at Amu. "I want to learn it too." Xiao Dao said indifferently, "You don't have to learn it. You're self-taught." Yi Xian was speechless. Amu suddenly said, "We'll learn it together." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." Amu is still more considerate. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly said, "Show me the God King's throne." Yi Xian nodded before taking out the God King's throne. It had to be said that he was extremely curious about the God King's throne, because he still did not know its use. Xiao Dao sized up the Divine King's throne and said, "This is the throne of the deity race's first Divine King. It's a symbol of status for the deity race." Yi Xian quickly asked, "What's the use?" Xiao Dao sat on the God King's throne. In the next moment, a white halo suddenly enveloped the entire pawnshop. Under the cover of this white halo, Yi Xian instantly felt a formless pressure. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "Try drawing your sword." Yi Xian nodded and unsheathed his sword. As the sword slashed down, he was stunned. Because his sword intent and sword chi were completely gone. All that was left was a simple strike. Moreover, the might of this strike that was executed with physical strength was at least a few times weaker. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao said indifferently, "This is the God domain. It can suppress the opponent's cultivation and strength. If the two races were to fight, you would realize that within the range of this deity territory, the battle strength of the opponent would be weakened by at least half. If a super expert were to use this deity prison, the opponent would be weakened to the point that they would be no different from an ordinary person." Yi Xian was visibly moved when he heard this. He hadn't expected the God King's throne to be so powerful. It was simply a divine weapon for group battles. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, "The God King's throne has always been in existence that my Wu clan is rather wary of. Fortunately, Hao Tian doesn't have the same strength as Miss Xiao Dao. Otherwise, my Wu clan would probably be beaten to the point of not being able to fight back." Xiao Dao stood up and continued, "The God King's throne's might will become even stronger in the future, because that little fellow has strengthened it. It's breaking through now. If it succeeds, its might will increase by another qualitative leap." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. "This is a good thing. Keep it well. Yi Xian nodded and put the God King's throne away. After that, he took out the Ares axe. What about this? Xiao Dao glanced at the Ares axe and said, this axe isn't bad either. Among all the axes, it's only inferior to the legendary Sky Splitter. As she spoke, she suddenly looked at Yi Xian, who was about to speak. Don't ask me what Sky Splitter is. Wait for me to finish first before you ask questions. Understand? Yi Xian was speechless. At the side, Amu glanced at Yi Xian and covered her mouth as she laughed. Xiao Dao continued, the first owner of this axe was called Gu Xing. He was an extremely impressive fellow with great combat strength. Actually, he was from the deity clan back then. Later on, in order to fight for the position of Divine King, he fought with that person for nearly a month until he died. It was also because of that battle that this god's axe was heavily injured. Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Dao. Died in battle? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. He died in battle, but that doesn't mean he was weak. He was stubborn and didn't know how to be flexible. If he had changed a little back then, he wouldn't have died. Furthermore, his strength was truly formidable. If he fought Arrow one-on-one, they should be evenly matched. Evenly matched. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed. He didn't know Gu Xing's strength, but he knew Arrow's. Arrow's strength wasn't just for show. Amu suddenly said, yes, that Gu Xing was known as the god of war back then. A true god of war. Even when he faced the divine king of the deity clan, he didn't take a step back and fought until he breathed his last. Yi Xian was puzzled. But I don't think the relationship between the Gu Xing clan and the deity clan is that bad. Xiao Dao said calmly, that's because of the Wu clan's existence. As she spoke, she glanced at Amu. Because the Wu clan is strong enough, the deity clan and the Gu Xing clan have no choice but to join forces. Amu giggled. We're not particularly strong. At least in front of Miss Xiao Dao, we're insignificant. Xiao Dao was expressionless. Miss Amu is too humble. The strength of your Wu clan's first witch god is rarely seen since ancient times. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, can you beat Xiao Dao? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Why don't you ask me if I can beat him or not? Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao shot a glance at Yi Xian. You're asking so many questions every day. As she spoke, she looked at Amu. If it weren't for the fifth dimension tribulation back then, the Wu clan and the deity clan would only have one clan left. Amu nodded. Back then, our two clans were ready to fight it out. But we didn't expect the fifth dimension tribulation to come. Xiao Dao looked at Amu. Now, the fifth dimension tribulation is coming again. What do you think? Amu said with a smile. Miss Xiao Dao, do you want our two clans to continue living in peace? Xiao Dao softly said. If you have this intention, then this matter is possible. Yi Xian didn't know the status of the high priest, but she did. The high priest of the Wu clan had a supreme position in the Wu clan. The Wu clan's patriarch was the leader of the Wu clan, but the high priest was the spiritual leader of the Wu clan. This was because the high priest could directly communicate with the witch god. As for the witch god, thinking of the witch god, Xiao Dao couldn't help but shake her head. Amu suddenly smiled. Miss Xiao Dao, if I'm not wrong, the deity clan is definitely thinking about how to kill me first. What do you think? Xiao Dao was silent. Amu said, unless Miss Xiao Dao is willing to intervene and mediate the conflict between our two clans, I'm afraid this matter is impossible. Xiao Dao shook her head. I'm not interested. Yi Xian immediately said, Miss Xiao Dao, you can give it a try. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Are you willing to return all the divine objects to the deity clan and pay for the lives of the heavenly dragon race's dragons? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. I'm not willing. Xiao Dao spread out his hands. Then that's it. You stewed the heavenly dragon race's sky dragon. They will definitely not let this matter rest. As for the grudge between the deity clan and the Wu clan, that is not something that I can mediate. Yi Xian looked at Amu. Amu nodded. The grudge between our two clans is very difficult to mediate. Furthermore, if my guess is not wrong, the deity clan is probably already plotting how to kill you and me. Yi Xian blinked, then said, I'm not going out. Xiao Dao's face was expressionless. If you like to live here, then live here. Hearing that, Yi Xian was overjoyed. But at this time, Amu suddenly said, "They will force you out. Use your friends and family outside." Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao smiled slightly. "I don't help people fight." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Didn't you make a move earlier?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and blinked. "That little fellow, she's not a human." Yi Xian. Xiao Dao walked in front of Yi Xian and gently patted Yi Xian's shoulder. Then she said, "Since you caused this trouble, you have to solve it yourself." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Miss Xiao Dao, you're an accomplice." Xiao Dao blinked. "If they come looking for me, then so be it. I'll just beat them to death." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. "What's this called?" "This is called being willful with strength." At this moment, Amu, who was beside Yi Xian, suddenly said, "We can't leave the endless city now, because there will definitely be their experts outside the endless city." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "It won't be long before they think of a way to force you out." Yi Xian said, "Then what should we do?" Amu said, "The best way is to call for help." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "A woman in a plain dress?" Amu blinked. "If you can call for help, then it would definitely be great." Yi Xian spread his hands. "I can't." After a moment of silence, Amu said, "We have to think of a way to return to the Wu clan. But the problem is, they definitely won't let us return to the Wu clan." Yi Xian said, "You can ask the Wu clan's experts to come." Xiao Dao suddenly said, "If she can come, why is she still saying all this to you?" Yi Xian was a little puzzled and looked at Amu. Amu blinked, not saying anything. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "Do you know why she woke up earlier than the celestial race's god adept?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know." Xiao Dao said lightly, "Because she wants to take the initiative. And the price of this is that the Wu clan's experts will wake up later. Simply put, she will wake up first at the cost of the Wu clan's experts waking up later. Do you understand?" Yi Xian was stunned, then said, "The Wu clan's experts are still sleeping. Why didn't the celestial race get rid of them?" Xiao Dao said lightly, "Because the celestial race's god adept made a blood oath with her. As long as the person in the grave hasn't woken up, neither side can violate her." Yi Xian frowned. "A blood oath?" Xiao Dao was expressionless. "Do you think it's the same as the oath you made? Your oath is like fart, but her oath is different. It's real. If the celestial race touches the Wu clan's experts now, the god adept will immediately die." Yi Xian blinked. "That can't be. I always make vows." Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian. "Is there any difference between swearing and fart?" "Is there?" Yi Xian. "P.S. I hope the epidemic will pass soon. You guys have to be careful and don't go out." Chapter 1081. An Oath. It has to be said that Yi Xian is indeed somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that in the God and Demon era, the power of an oath would be so great. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked again, "Miss Xiao Dao, are God teachers and high priests that important?" Xiao Dao said lightly, "You can ask your family's Amu." Yi Xian turned to look at Amu. Amu nodded. "It's very important. In the past, I made a blood oath with the God race's God teacher. No matter who wakes up first, they are not allowed to harm the unconscious. No matter if it's her or me, we don't dare to violate this oath. And the people of our two clans don't dare to." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "But if they violate the oath now, they can sacrifice a god teacher and destroy the entire Wu clan." Amu smiled. "They won't sacrifice their god teacher because the god teacher is very important. The god teacher is the spiritual leader of the celestial clan. Their prestige in the celestial clan is extremely high. They even have the power to remove the 100 clan leader from his position." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Why?" Amu blinked. "First, the future of the celestial clan is planned by the god teacher. Second, the celestial clan's god teacher is very good at fighting." "Very good at fighting?" Yi Xian looked at Amu and blinked. "Then why don't you fight?" Amu giggled. "Fighting and whatnot, it's very boring." Yi Xian. At this moment, little Daoist suddenly said, "Although she can't fight, she can support. You're not particularly strong now. If you're a little stronger, you'll find that she's the best equipment in the world." There's no one else like her. Amu smiled and didn't say anything. Yixian nodded slightly. Amu's support ability was still very strong. The various upgrades were really a bit abnormal, and there were no side effects. Xiao Dao looked at Yixian. You need to understand one thing. You have obtained the treasures of the various Tian clans. They will not let this matter rest, because every single treasure on your body can be said to be the symbol of their clan's divine object. They won't give it to you for free, especially when you're a wizard's attendant of the Wu clan, and the powerhouses of the Wu clan haven't fully woken up yet. The two of you are in great danger now, do you understand? Yixian was silent. Amu was also silent. Both of them were in a terrible situation. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, "We can transfer the aggro." Xiao Dao looked at Amu. Amu giggled and said, "The two of us definitely can't deal with the entire Tian clan, so we have to find an opponent for them." Yixian blinked. "Don't tell me you're looking for Xiao Dao." Amu rolled his eyes at Yixian. "How can you trick your friends like this?" Yixian was a bit puzzled. "Then who should we look for? Let me say this first. I can't find the plain-dressed woman." Amu turned his head and looked outside, softly saying, "Only the powerhouses of the Tendo era can fight against the Tian clan of the God and Demon era." The Tendo era. Hearing this, Xiao Dao frowned. "What do you want to do?" Amu looked at Yixian and smiled. "We're going to Buzhou Divine Mountain." Buzhou Divine Mountain? Yixian frowned. "What is that place?" Xiao Dao suddenly said, "That is the only remnant of the Tendo era." Saying that, she stared at Amu. "You have to think clearly, that place doesn't recognize your high priest status." Amu nodded. "I know, but we have no other way, right?" Xiao Dao was silent. Amu turned his head and looked at Yixian. "If we go there, we can lead the Tian clan powerhouses away. That place can be said to be a forbidden area." "Forbidden area?" Yixian asked. "There's still a forbidden area?" Xiao Dao suddenly said, "That place is different from other places. It is a sealed place, and it was personally sealed by the Tendo. If you go there from a certain point of view, you are violating the Tendo's taboo. So it's better to think clearly." Yixian suddenly looked at Xiao Dao. He hesitated, wanting to say something, but stopped. Xiao Dao was expressionless. "What do you want to say?" Yixian looked at Xiao Dao. "Miss Xiao Dao, are you really not a Tendo?" Actually, he had always suspected that Xiao Dao was a Tendo, because this Xiao Dao is too powerful. In his opinion, only a Tendo would have such great ability. Xiao Dao was expressionless. "What do you think?" Yixian blinked. "I think you are a Tendo, because you are called Xiao Dao." Xiao Dao looked at Yixian. "Is calling Xiao Dao a Tendo?" Yixian asked. "Then if you are not a Tendo, why are you called Xiao Dao? And the pawnshop even uses the name of a Tendo." Xiao Dao glanced at Yixian. "What does my name have to do with you? Are you pissed? Do you want to fight one-on-one?" Yixian was speechless. At this moment, Amu suddenly laughed. "Miss Xiao Dao is not a Tendo." Yixian looked at Amu, and Amu looked at Xiao Dao, then said, "I don't know Miss Xiao Dao's real identity, but I can be sure that she is not a Tendo." Yixian looked at Xiao Dao, and Xiao Dao suddenly glared at him. "What are you looking at? Do you want to fight one-on-one?" Yixian was speechless. This woman definitely wanted to beat him up. He had better keep his mouth shut, or he would definitely be beaten up. Although his physical body was already indestructible, he was confident that he could withstand Xiao Dao's fists. When it was time to be a coward, he still had to be a coward. Seeing that Yixian did not speak, Xiao Dao felt a little bored, and she waved her hand. "If you want to go to Mount Buzhou, then hurry up. I won't be sending you off." At this moment, Amu gave Yixian a look. Yixian understood, and he walked in front of Xiao Dao chuckling. "Miss Xiao Dao, please send us off." Xiao Dao glanced at Yixian. "Why?" Yixian blinked, then chuckled. "Miss Xiao Dao, if you don't send us off, we will be beaten to death." Xiao Dao expressionlessly said, "I won't send you off." Yixian said, "Next time I see that little guy, I will help you get more purple gas." Xiao Dao looked at Yixian, and Yixian said, "I am serious." After a moment of silence, Xiao Dao said, "Go find that one-legged woman." With that, A mysterious force suddenly sent Yi Xian and Amu out of the pawn shop. Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment Amu said, "Let's go find her." Yi Xian nodded and he looked around. Soon he found the one-legged woman's position. Yi Xian took Amu and disappeared on the spot. Soon, the two arrived at the riverside, and the one-legged woman was still washing clothes. Yi Xian quickly walked to the one-legged woman's side and snatched the clothes from her hands. "Senior, how can you do this kind of rough work? Let me do it, let me do it." The one-legged woman looked at Yi Xian and did not say a word. Amu looked at Yi Xian, who was trying to curry favor with her, and covered her mouth and smiled. The one-legged woman suddenly turned to look at Amu. "What's the matter?" She did not want to talk to Yi Xian. Amu nodded. "I would like to ask for your help." The one-legged woman looked at Amu. "Help with what?" Yi Xian suddenly said, "Send us on our way." The one-legged woman looked at Yi Xian. "Shut up. Yi Xian." The one-legged woman turned to look at Amu, and Amu said, "Please send us on our way." The one-legged woman said, "Xiao Dao asked you to come?" Amu nodded. The one-legged woman remained silent. Amu looked at the one-legged woman and did not say a word. Yi Xian wanted to say something, but stopped. He finally understood. This one-legged woman and Xiao Dao did not welcome him. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. When did he become so unpopular? At this moment, the one-legged woman suddenly said, "I'll send you there." Hearing this, Yi Xian was delighted, and he quickly put down the dress in his hands. At this moment, the one-legged woman suddenly turned to look at him. "Wash it clean. Wash it clean. Yi Xian." An hour later, Yi Xian finally washed the one-legged woman's dress clean. The one-legged woman brought Yi Xian and Amu to the starry sky, and with a wave of her palm, a huge starship appeared in front of the three of them. Yi Xian looked at the one-legged woman. "Miss, why don't you use the teleportation array?" The one-legged woman was expressionless. "There is no teleportation array. That place is a forbidden area, sealed by Tendo, and there is no teleportation array that leads there." Yi Xian pointed at the starship in front of him. "Is it safe for us to take this?" The one-legged woman said calmly, "There's no other way even if it's not safe." Yi Xian wanted to ask something, but the one-legged woman suddenly said angrily, "Why do you always have so many questions?" Yi Xian, the one-legged woman, directly boarded the starship with Amu, and seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly followed. The one-legged woman waved her right hand, and the starship trembled violently, then disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. It was extremely fast. It was so fast that Yi Xian was a little surprised, because it was too fast. It was even faster than his sword kinesis. On the starship, the one-legged woman suddenly said, "High Priest, that place is not simple. Are you really going to bring him there?" Amu nodded. "This is our last chance." The one-legged woman nodded slightly, and did not say anything else. Yi Xian turned to look at Amu. "What kind of place is Mount Buzhou?" Amu said softly, "A relic, the last relic of the Tendo era. That place was once sealed by Tendo himself, not allowing outsiders to set foot in that place." Yi Xian blinked. "Then will something happen if we go?" Amu looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Probably not, because you have a good fate with Tendo." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, "Amu, you have another purpose for going to that place, right?" Amu nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded slightly, and did not say anything else. Amu suddenly said, "Why don't you ask me what my purpose is?" Yi Xian smiled. "You won't harm me, right?" Amu looked at Yi Xian, and did not say anything. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Your goal is my goal." Hearing that, the corner of Amu's mouth lifted slightly. "Yes." At the side, the one-legged woman suddenly said, "Collusion." Yi Xian's face darkened. That did not seem to be the right word to use. At that moment, the one-legged woman glanced at Yi Xian again. Snakes and rats in a nest. Yi Xian. At that moment, Amu suddenly turned her head, and in the depths of the distant starry sky, a huge silhouette of a heavenly dragon quietly appeared. Seeing this, Amu frowned. "It's here." Saying that, she looked at Yi Xian. 8th Division Heavenly Dragon. Chapter 1082. 8th Division Heavenly Dragon. Yi Xian looked up. The heavenly dragon was huge. Its head spanned across the entire star sector, and it emitted a formless aura. Heavenly Dragon Suppression. The strongest 8th Division Heavenly Dragon in the Heavenly Dragon tribe was the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon. It was also the only one. The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon looked down at Yi Xian and the other two. High Priest, where are you going? Amu blinked and smiled. I'm going for a stroll. The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon suddenly laughed. Stroll? High Priest, you sure have a lot of free time. As he spoke, he suddenly roared at the ground. Boom. A wave of dragon suppression swept down from the heads of Yi Xian and the other two. At that moment, the entire star sector was boiling. At the sight of that, Yi Xian put on a serious face. The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon was stronger than he had expected. Amu looked at the one-legged lady and the one-legged lady looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Then he stomped his right foot and transformed into a sword beam that shot up into the sky. Slash! In the starry sky, a snow-white sword beam slashed down and the dragon suppression was shattered by the sword. The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon looked down at Yi Xian. Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand. He looked at the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon without a hint of fear in his eyes. The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon suddenly disappeared. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian. He transformed into a human. The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon looked at Yi Xian. Human, is the meat of a heavenly dragon delicious? Yi Xian smiled. The taste is not bad. The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon nodded. I will eat your meat bit by bit, and let you watch me eat. That feeling must be amazing. Yi Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Who do you think you are? As soon as he finished his sentence, he suddenly disappeared. The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon punched out. Boom. This punch caused the entire starry sky to tremble. At that moment, Yi Xian's sword arrived. Boom. Yi Xian was instantly sent back to his original position, while the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon retreated a few hundred feet. At the same time, there was a deep sword wound on his fist that was stained with blood. The 8th Group Heavenly Dragon looked at his fists and frowned. He was well aware of his physical body. In the Heavenly Clan, his physical body was definitely in the top 3. Not to mention the Tian Clan, even in the entire God and Devil era, his body was second to none. He didn't expect that he would be injured by Yi Xian. The 8th Group Heavenly Dragon looked at the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand, and squinted his eyes. No wonder the Heavenly Dragon of my Heavenly Dragon race is no match for you. So it's because of this divine sword. As he spoke, he slowly clenched his right hand. Suddenly, a mysterious power appeared in the surrounding starry sky. This power gathered towards the 8th Division Spiritual Dragon like a tidal wave. Soon, an illusory dragon-shaped fist appeared above his head. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned. What kind of mystique was this? At that moment, Amu's voice suddenly sounded. This is the Heavenly Dragon Fist, the ultimate skill of the Heavenly Dragon race. Be careful. Yi Xian nodded. He didn't dare to be careless. His right hand gripped the executing heaven sword tightly. A powerful sword intent and power quietly gathered. At the same time, he suddenly disappeared from his spot. A cold light appeared in front of the 8th Group Heavenly Dragon. The 8th Group Heavenly Dragon narrowed his eyes and punched out. Boom. In an instant, the entire star domain turned illusory, unable to withstand the power of the punch. Rumble. The sword beam shattered and a figure was sent flying. It was Yi Xian. This flight covered a distance of several thousand feet. After Yi Xian stopped, he looked at the 8th Group Heavenly Dragon. At that moment, the 8th Group Heavenly Dragon's expression was a little ugly. He realized that his punch had not caused any substantial damage to Yi Xian. The 8th Group Heavenly Dragon stared at Yi Xian. You also have the indestructible golden body. Yi Xian patted his chest and smiled. Then he suddenly disappeared from his spot. The next moment, a sword slashed down on the 8th Group Heavenly Dragon's head. The 8th Group Heavenly Dragon was expressionless as he raised his right arm to block. Boom. The executing heaven sword slashed the right arm, causing the 8th Group Heavenly Dragon to retreat hundreds of feet away. There was a deep sword wound on his right arm, but it recovered in an instant. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned. Amu suddenly said, "The 8-group heavenly dragon has the ability to heal himself. You can't kill him. He can't kill you either." Yi Xian fell silent. From the previous exchange, he could tell that he couldn't do anything to the 8-group heavenly dragon, and the other party couldn't do anything to him either. A fight between two indestructible golden bodies could only be described as boring. The 8-group heavenly dragon's expression turned ugly as he realized that he couldn't kill Yi Xian. If he wanted to fight to the death with Yi Xian, he would have to fight for at least 10 days and 10 nights. At this moment, Amu suddenly looked at Yi Xian. "Let's go." Yi Xian retreated back to the starship. At this moment, the 8-group heavenly dragon suddenly returned to his original form. Immediately after, he dived down from the sky and crashed into the starship. Amu looked at the one-legged lady. "Miss, let's go." Perhaps it was too late. Both her hands formed a strange hand seal as she chanted. All of a sudden, a mysterious force enveloped the starship. In an instant, the starship disappeared from the starry sky, while the 8-group heavenly dragon crashed into a lonely figure. Seeing the starship disappear, the 8-group heavenly dragon's expression turned grim. He turned to look. "Why didn't you make a move?" Unknowingly, a middle-aged man had appeared there. Hao Tian. Beside Hao Tian were Abzang and Gu Zhantian. Hao Tian looked into the distance and said softly, "Indestructible golden body. This person is indeed a monster." The 8-group heavenly dragon said in a low voice, "This person is not simple." Hao Tian laughed. "Of course he's not simple. This person has reached the indestructible golden body at such a young age. Even in our era, this talent is amazing. Other than that, this person's identity is even more extraordinary. In the past 2 days, I've already investigated this person. This person seems to have cheated his entire life, and there are countless experts behind him. Against this person, we can't be careless." Abzang suddenly said, "When will the God Teacher awaken?" God Teacher. Hearing this, the expressions of the few people present changed. Hao Tian shook his head. "I don't know for now." Abzang said softly, "The High Priestess sacrificed the Wu clan's awakening to allow her to wake up first. This move is really hard to understand. Also, this Yi Xian has great karma on him. If we make an enemy out of him, I'm afraid we'll be tainted with bad karma." Hao Tian fell silent. If the celestial God Teacher was here, they would know what to do. But now, the God Teacher had yet to awaken. Gu Zhantian suddenly interjected. "What karma does this have to do with him? This person has already joined the Wu clan, which means that he's an enemy of our heavenly clan. Not only that, this person has seized the supreme treasure of our clan. Are we just going to hand it over to him? In my opinion, why don't we act directly and kill him? And that High Priestess, without her, how will the Wu clan contend against our heavenly clan in the future?" Abzang shook his head. "I still feel that this matter isn't so simple. Firstly, everyone should have some understanding of the High Priestess. If she was so easy to kill, we wouldn't have waited until now. There must be a deeper meaning behind her choosing Yi Xian to be her shaman attendant. In my opinion, we should wait for the God Teacher to awaken before discussing what to do next." "That's not appropriate." Gu Zhantian abruptly shook his head. "At this moment, the experts of the Wu clan have yet to awaken. This is the best opportunity for us to kill Yi Xian and the High Priestess. If we miss this opportunity, the moment the experts of the Wu clan awaken, it would be too late even if we wanted to kill the High Priestess." Abzang shook his head again. "I feel that there must be a deeper meaning behind the High Priestess' actions. We should wait for the God Teacher to awaken." Gu Zhantian's Tendo spoke. "That High Priestess naturally isn't simple. However, Abzang, you must know that the experts of the Wu clan have yet to awaken. This is an extremely rare opportunity for us. If we lose this chance, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if we want to eliminate the High Priestess in the future." Abzang turned his head and glanced at Hao Tian. "What do you think?" Hao Tian replied in a light voice. "You guys have neglected one point. That is Yi Xian and Xiao Dao." Xiao Dao. Abzang and Gu Zhantian both fell silent. What they could be sure of was that Xiao Dao's strength was definitely above the three of them. Hao Tian spoke in a light voice. That woman is simply too mysterious. I'm afraid that only the God Teacher would know of her true identity. At this moment, Gu Zhantian suddenly interjected. No matter what, we have to make a decision now. Should we pursue this person, or wait for the God Teacher to awaken? If we want to pursue this person, we have to act fast. With the three of us and the 8 groups Heavenly Dragon, even if the Xiao Dao acts, we will still be able to kill Yi Xian and the High Priestess. We should act now because it's obvious that Yi Xian and the High Priestess are going somewhere to seek protection. Abzang nodded. We have to make a decision. My suggestion is to wait for the God Teacher to awaken. Hao Tian fell silent, as though he was hesitating. At this moment, the 8 groups Heavenly Dragon suddenly spoke. Even if the God Teacher awakens, she will still choose to kill Yi Xian and the High Priestess. Everyone, don't forget that Yi Xian has already joined the Wu clan, becoming a shaman attendant of the High Priestess. Not only that, this person stewed a Heavenly Dragon of our Heavenly Dragon clan, and stole the supreme treasure of our clan. Could it be that there's still a chance for us to reconcile with him? And now is the best time for us to kill him and the High Priestess. If we lose this opportunity and a single Wu clan expert awakens, it would be extremely difficult for us to eliminate them. Extremely difficult. Gu Zhantian nodded. We cannot miss this opportunity. Abzang wanted to say something but hesitated. It was undeniable that to the heavenly race, this was indeed a heavenly opportunity. Hao Tian suddenly spoke. Kill them then. As he spoke, he inclined his head and stared at the horizon. 8 groups Heavenly Dragon, detain them. Hearing this, the 8 groups Heavenly Dragon nodded. He was about to chase after Yi Xian's starship when suddenly, a woman appeared not far away from the 8 groups Heavenly Dragon. The woman had a petite figure, and was clad in golden armor. She held a sword in her hand and exuded a heroic aura. The person who appeared was none other than Arrow. Seeing Arrow, the 8 groups Heavenly Dragon narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Arrow looked at the 8 groups Heavenly Dragon expressionlessly. I'll stop you for a while. The 8 groups Heavenly Dragon's lips curled into a disdainful smile. With just you. Arrow suddenly slashed his sword across his throat. Chi. In the distance, the 8 groups Heavenly Dragon's body suddenly split open, and a stream of blood spurted out. P.S. I just want to hear some compliments. Chapter 1083. The expressions of Hao Tian and the other 2 instantly turned heavy when they saw this scene. As for the 8 Division Heavenly Dragon, the terror in his heart had reached the extreme. That sword strike had directly broken through his body. If that sword struck him again, he would die for sure. Hao Tian and the others stared fixedly at Arrow. Who exactly was this woman before them? At this moment Hao Tian suddenly asked, Who are you? Arrow ignored Hao Tian. She turned and glanced at the starry sky before she spoke. That's enough. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and left. Hao Tian's eyes narrowed. Please provide me with your guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Chi. The space behind Arrow suddenly split apart as a ray of golden light shot out. Arrow had no expression on his face as he slashed out with his sword. Bang! The ray of sword light instantly shattered, and Hao Tian had already returned to his original position. At this moment, the heaviness in his eyes grew even more intense. Arrow stared at Hao Tian. She suddenly opened her palm as her sword shot out like a bolt of lightning. In the distance, Hao Tian took a step forward and punched out with his fist. Resplendent golden light erupted forth from his fist, and within this golden light were countless strange golden runes. Rumble! Along with the sound of an explosion, the golden light suddenly exploded apart as the sword pierced straight towards Hao Tian. Hao Tian's eyes narrowed. He clenched his right fist as a golden shield made of runic symbols suddenly appeared before him. Boom! Arrow's sword was blocked. At this moment, Arrow opened her right palm, and the sword returned to her hand. But in the next instant, the sword shot out once more with a speed so fast that it caused the expressions of everyone here to change. Boom! The golden shield before Hao Tian instantly shattered. At the same time, Hao Tian retreated 100 meters back. and the space before him was directly transformed into nothingness. Suppression. Upon seeing this scene, the countenances of Abukang and Gu Zhantian turned heavy once more. At this moment, other than the heaviness in Hao Tian's eyes, there was also a trace of fear. Arrow didn't attack again, and turned to leave. Gu Zhantian was about to act when Hao Tian suddenly shook his head. Gu Zhantian glanced at Hao Tian. Hao Tian spoke in a light voice. She wants to stop us from chasing after Yi Xian. Don't be fooled, our target is Yi Xian. After saying that, they disappeared on the spot. Yi Xian. After being stopped by Arrow, Hao Tian was even more determined to kill Yi Xian. This person was too mysterious. If they didn't eliminate him now, he would become a great calamity for the Tian clan in the future. In the distant starry sky, Arrow suddenly stopped. She turned around and saw a woman standing there. Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao sized up Arrow and said with a smile, as expected of the undefeatable Arrow, Hao Tian is much weaker than you. Arrow looked at Xiao Dao. What's the matter? Other people might be afraid of Xiao Dao, but she wasn't. Naturally, she also didn't want to be enemies with Xiao Dao. After all, Xiao Dao had helped Yi Xian many times before. Xiao Dao laughed. Arrow, do you really want to interfere in his matters? Arrow had no expression on his face. Can't I? Xiao Dao shook her head. Naturally you can. It's just that, Arrow, I don't recommend you to interfere in his matters. Arrow stared at Xiao Dao. You are talking about the karma on him? Xiao Dao nodded. Arrow narrowed his eyes. What are you trying to say? Xiao Dao spoke in a light voice. Only when the Grand Priestess came looking for him did I discover that I have underestimated him. After speaking, she shook her head and laughed. Many people, including the Grand Priestess, felt that everything was within their calculations. But little did they know, they were already in the plans of others. What they thought was actually what others wanted them to think. Arrow suddenly exclaimed, Prophet! Xiao Dao nodded. Arrow looked at Xiao Dao. Are you sure the Prophet won't come back? Arrow nodded. He won't. First, he never thought of coming back. Doing so would mean sacrificing himself. Second, even if he wanted to come back, he wouldn't be able to. Arrow said. The plain-clothed woman. Xiao Dao nodded. Not just the plain-clothed woman. There are others as well. As she spoke, she suddenly looked at the far end of the starry sky. I discovered that the Prophet's chess game is very big. It's bigger than we expected. Arrow was silent for a moment. If he has a goal, why would he sacrifice himself like this? Wouldn't he be more powerful if he was alive? Xiao Dao smiled. That's true. But there is someone who won't give a damn about him. Arrow looked at Xiao Dao. The plain-clothed woman. Xiao Dao nodded. If I'm not wrong, what he wants to do must involve this plain-clothed woman. Arrow shook his head. That woman won't be schemed against by him. Xiao Dao looked at Arrow. That is when she is invincible. Hearing this, Arrow's pupils shrank. All of a sudden, she understood something. Xiao Dao suddenly said, Actually, it's not really a scheme. No one can control everything, calculate everything. Especially that woman. She has already severed her own karma. Arrow suddenly said, Can the fifth dimension tribulation kill her? Xiao Dao shook her head and smiled. What a joke. Arrow said in a deep voice. The Prophet's true goal isn't the fifth dimension tribulation. Xiao Dao shook her head again. No, his true goal is the fifth dimension tribulation. But what happens after the fifth dimension tribulation? Arrow looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao softly said, The fifth dimension tribulation is a tribulation of the human heart. There is an ancient saying, natural and man-made disasters. The fifth dimension tribulation is a natural and man-made disaster. At this point she suddenly smiled and said, But there is an even bigger man-made disaster. Arrow stared at Xiao Dao. Who are you? Xiao Dao smiled. You won't know me even if I tell you. Arrow was silent. Xiao Dao looked at Arrow. Arrow, I said so much to let you know that you don't need to worry about him. Whoever kills him will suffer 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Arrow was silent for a moment, then said, What does Tendo think? The little Taoist smiled and said, The heavenly Tao has already helped him many times. What do you think he thinks? Arrow nodded. I understand. Xiao Dao suddenly said. Why don't you sever your karma with him? If you do so, your sword Dao will be even stronger. Arrow looked at Xiao Dao. If the plainly dressed woman severed her karma with him, what would happen? Xiao Dao was silent. Arrow said, if he treats me sincerely, I will treat him sincerely. With that, she turned to leave. As if thinking of something, she stopped and said, what about you? You can see through everything and know everything. What is the purpose of your existence? Xiao Dao was silent. Arrow said, it's fine if you don't tell me. With that, she walked away. At this time, Xiao Dao suddenly smiled. Actually, I just want to heal my injury. Arrow turned to look at Xiao Dao. After so many years of healing, you still haven't healed? Xiao Dao smiled. No. Arrow asked, why are you injured? Xiao Dao smiled. I fought with someone. Arrow looked at Xiao Dao. How much of your strength is now? The little Taoist blinked. Less than 10%. Hearing this, Arrow couldn't help but tighten his grip on the immortal sword. At the end of the starry sky, Yi Xian and the other two were on a starship, speeding through the vast Milky Way. On the starship, Yi Xian turned to look. He frowned. They didn't chase after us? Amu shook her head. Someone stopped them. Yi Xian looked at Amu. Who? Amu blinked. A woman with a sword. Arrow. Yi Xian's first thought was Arrow because it couldn't be the plain-dressed woman. If it was a plain-dressed woman, he wouldn't have stopped them, he would have killed them. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, is she in danger? Amu shook her head. No. Yi Xian relaxed a little when he had heard that. Amu suddenly said, how did you get to know so many powerful women? Yi Xian. From afar, the one-legged woman suddenly said, they're chasing after us again. Amu turned to take a look and nodded. Yes. Yi Xian's face darkened. He looked at the one-legged woman. How much longer until we reach Mount Buzhou? The one-legged woman looked into the distance. 1 more day's journey. 1 day. Yi Xian frowned. He turned to look at the end of the starry sky. Is it still that 8-division heavenly dragon? Amu shook her head. Other than him, there's Hao Tian from the sky race, Abzang from the underworld, and Gu Zhantian from the Guxing race. Saying this, she looked at Yi Xian. You can't beat any of them. Yi Xian. At this moment, Amu suddenly pinched her fingers. She silently chanted an incantation. Soon, the starship sped up again. This time the speed was a little faster. It was so fast that the starship couldn't bear it anymore. The one-legged woman looked at Amu. At this speed, this starship will be incinerated in 4 hours. Amu nodded. I know. But if they catch up, it will disappear now. The one-legged woman said. 4 hours. Think of a way. Yi Xian suddenly said, let's fight them. Saying this, he looked at the one-legged woman. Senior, you fight 2, I'll fight 1. The one-legged woman looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Amu suddenly laughed. It's useless. Because we'll be the ones to die in the end. Saying this, she gave Yi Xian a look. Yi Xian understood. The one-legged woman was only sending them off. This matter had nothing to do with them. They couldn't drag them down with them. Otherwise, it would be too wicked. Yi Xian looked at Amu. You're so calm. You must have a way, right? Amu giggled. I have a way. But I need your help. Yi Xian asked. What help? Amu turned her head and said softly. Provide me with mystic qi. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. What are you going to do? Amu said. Set up the array. Saying this, she slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, she took out her staff and waved it quickly. Sorcerer God. Help me. Hearing this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. This was Xiao Dao's incantation? At this moment, the starry sky in front of little Taoist suddenly trembled. Then, countless black runes suddenly appeared out of thin air. These strange runes rapidly rotated. And in an instant, a mysterious rune net suddenly appeared in the entire starry sky. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. What is this? Amu said. The Wu clan's array. Yi Xian said. Can it stop them? Amu shook her head. No. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Then what's the use of this? Amu blinked. It's useless. I just think it's fun. Yixian was speechless. Chapter 1084. Hearing Amu's words, Yixian was speechless. At this moment, Amu suddenly laughed. "I'm just teasing you." As she spoke, she looked at the runes in the sky and said softly, "This is an illusory array. Entering here is equivalent to entering the illusory array. This way they can buy us some time." Yixian nodded. "Do you need spiritual energy now?" Amu nodded slightly. "Give me spiritual energy. I need to keep setting up the array." Yixian walked to Amu's side, placed his right hand on Amu's shoulder, and a stream of pure spiritual energy flowed into Amu's body. Amu set up the array again. Along the way, Amu set up countless illusory arrays, but after more than a market, the starship they were riding on had already begun to burn. At the same time, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the starry sky behind them. On the starship, Yixian held his sword, looking at the starry sky. At this moment, the rune arrays set up by Amu were rapidly disappearing. In the distance, the one-legged woman was expressionless, still controlling the starship to continue flying. Amu's expression was calm, but from time to time, her brows furrowed. No one knew what she was thinking. No matter what, Yixian was ready to fight. Amu suddenly turned to look at the one-legged woman. "Miss, how much longer until we arrive?" The one-legged woman glanced into the distance. "If you don't think of a way to stop them, we definitely won't be able to arrive." Amu was silent. At this moment, Yixian suddenly said, "Let's stop here." The one-legged woman and Amu looked at Yixian, and Yixian looked at the one-legged woman smiling. "Miss, let's stop here." The one-legged woman looked at Yixian. "Are you sure?" Yixian nodded, then he pointed to the right. "You drive the starship this way." The one-legged woman narrowed her eyes. "You want me to attract the firepower?" Yixian flicked his finger, and 50 strands of pure purple energy fell in front of the one-legged woman. The one-legged woman glanced at the 50 strands of purple gas, and didn't say anything. Yixian said, "This is to thank Miss for sending me off." With that, he flicked his finger again, and 100 strands of violet energy landed in front of the one-legged woman. "Miss, I don't know exactly how strong you are, but I know that those 3 people definitely can't kill you. Moreover, their target is not you, so when they discover that we are no longer on the starship, they will definitely not attack you." With a sweep of her right hand, the one-legged woman collected the 150 strands of purple gas. Yixian cupped his fists. "Thank you." After that, he disappeared with Amu. The one-legged woman looked into the depths of the starry sky in the distance, then steered the starship in another direction. Soon, Hao Tian and the others appeared in the starry sky. Hao Tian glanced at the distant starry sky and was about to give chase when Abzang suddenly said, "There's no more illusory formation in that direction." Hao Tian squinted his eyes. "They didn't go that way." Abzang nodded. Hao Tian asked in a low voice, "Where are they going exactly?" Abzang glanced at the starry sky around him and slowly closed his eyes. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes. "They're going to the Buzhou Divine Mountain." Buzhou Divine Mountain. The expressions of everyone here changed when they heard this. They were naturally familiar with this place. This was the last remnant of the Tendo era, and to those from the Fiend God era, it was a forbidden ground because it was sealed by Tendo. At this moment, Gu Zhantian suddenly spoke. "Are they courting death?" Abzang shook his head. "There must be a deeper meaning to the high priest bringing that young man to that place." Gu Zhantian frowned. "What deeper meaning?" Abzang fell silent. Hao Tian suddenly spoke. "The high priest is intelligent and full of schemes. There must be a reason for him to bring that young man to that place. Also, if they really go to that place, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to kill them." They didn't dare to enter. The high priest dared to bring Yixian to the Buzhou Divine Mountain, but they didn't dare to enter. Tendo. That wasn't a joke. At this moment, Hao Tian suddenly spoke. "Since they can go to the Buzhou Divine Mountain, why can't we?" Abzang frowned. "This is a little risky." Hao Tian glanced at Abzang. "I don't know what the high priest wants to do, but I know that if we don't get rid of them now, we won't have any more chances in the future. Also, The supreme treasures of our various races are in the hands of that Yi Xian. If he dies in the Buzhou Divine Mountain, what will happen to those treasures? Abzang fell silent. Hao Tian turned his head and stared in the direction of the Buzhou Divine Mountain as he spoke in a light voice. Those two must die. After speaking, he directly vanished into the depths of the starry space. Abzang, Guzhantian, and the 8 groups Heavenly Dragon also chased after him. Far away in the depths of the starry space, Yi Xian carried Amu on his back as he rode on his flying sword. With Amu's help, his speed was only slightly slower than the speeding up starship. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. Amu, why don't you enter the pagoda? Amu blinked his eyes. No. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Amu chuckled. It's comfortable to carry me on your back. Yi Xian. Amu gazed into the distance. Your plan is good, but you won't be able to fool them. Yi Xian fell silent. Amu laughed. This time, the Wu clan's experts have yet to awaken. This is the best opportunity for them to kill me. They will definitely not let go of this opportunity, unless that God-tier consolidating equipment master wakes up. Yi Xian frowned. If that God-tier consolidating equipment master wakes up, won't she kill you? Amu smiled. No, God-tier consolidating equipment master will kill me, but she won't kill you. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Amu blinked his eyes. Because she is also very smart. Not only will she not kill you, but she will also obtain you. Yi Xian was speechless. What was she talking about? Amu laughed. Unfortunately, God-tier consolidating equipment master hasn't woken up. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Miss Amu, why won't God-tier consolidating equipment master kill me? Amu blinked. Guess. Yi Xian shook his head. I won't guess. Amu smiled. Hao Tian and the others can only see the immediate benefits, but God-tier consolidating equipment master can see the future. She paused, then continued. No matter what, you must remember one thing, live well. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. Hey, why do you sound like you're saying your last words? Amu smiled, not speaking. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Amu, don't do anything stupid. We will definitely reach Buzhou Sacred Mountain. Amu was silent. Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned to look at Amu. Don't do anything stupid. Amu smiled. I won't. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Either we go to Buzhou Sacred Mountain together, or we die together. Amu blinked. Die together? Yi Xian nodded. I'm serious. I don't want you to sacrifice yourself for me to live. Understand? Amu was silent. Yi Xian carried Amu on his back, disappeared into the horizon on his sword. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior 9th floor, do you have any ideas? They definitely couldn't fight. He and Amu definitely couldn't beat those people. After a moment of silence, 9th floor suddenly said, There's no way. Yi Xian. Amu suddenly said. In 15 minutes at most, they will catch up to us. Yi Xian turned to look. At this moment, he already felt a pressure. Although it was still very small, it was growing. Yi Xian's face darkened. Somewhere in the starry sky, a woman was watching Yi Xian, who was running for his life in the distance. This woman was Xiao Dao. At this moment, the one-legged woman appeared next to Xiao Dao. The one-legged woman looked into the distance. Why help me? The one-legged woman smiled. You're thin-skinned. If not for this, you would never have asked him for violet energy. The one-legged woman turned to look at Xiao Dao. Why help me? Xiao Dao smiled. You're a good person. The one-legged woman turned to Xiao Dao. He can't beat them. The little Taoist said calmly, That's his own business. The one-legged woman looked into the depths of space. What is in Mount Buzhou? Xiao Dao smiled. What do you think? The one-legged woman said softly, Tendo? Xiao Dao shook her head. Tendo is not there. The one-legged woman frowned. Then what is there? The one-legged woman smiled, did not speak. The one-legged woman looked at Xiao Dao. You really deserve a beating. Xiao Dao laughed. At this moment, she turned to look. In the distance, she saw a few people. It was Hao Tian and the others. Seeing this scene, the one-legged woman frowned. She knew that Yi Xian and Xiao Dao had been caught. At the end of the distant starry sky, Yi Xian and Amu suddenly stopped. He turned to look. At this moment, Hao Tian and the others appeared in front of him and Amu. Hao Tian looked at Amu, smiled. High Priest, where are you going? Amu smiled. To Mount Buzhou. Hao Tian stared at Amu. Why are you going to Mount Buzhou? Amu blinked. Make a guess. Hao Tian shook his head. High Priest, you must understand. The Wu clan powerhouses have yet to awaken. Amu nodded. I know. Hao Tian looked at Amu. I'll ask you one last time. Why are you going to Mount Buzhou? Amu smiled. I'm really just running for my life. Hao Tian looked at Amu. His right hand slowly clenched. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pulled Amu. Amu was about to speak, but he directly sent Amu into the prison pagoda within his body. At the same time, the prison pagoda was sealed. Within the prison pagoda, Amu was stunned. Looking at Hao Yin in the distance, Yi Xian said with a smile, Hi guys. Hao Tian looked at Yi Xian. You want to fight 1 against 3? Yi Xian shook his head. I can't win. Hao Tian smiled. We allow you to call for reinforcements. Yi Xian looked at Hao Tian. I want to fight 1-on-1. 1-on-1. Hao Tian suddenly smiled. I don't think there's a need, because you can't beat me. Besides, I think there's no point in fighting 1-on-1. So you can either run now or call for reinforcements. Yi Xian was silent. Hao Tian stared at Yi Xian. Are you sure you don't want to call for reinforcements? Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Senior, if I fight the 3 of them, what are my chances of winning? Ninth floor said, 100%. Yi Xian was stunned. Really? Ninth floor said, in your dreams. Yi Xian. At this moment, Hao Tian suddenly smiled. Yi Xian, rumor has it that you have countless experts backing you. Now that I'm giving you a chance, are you sure you don't want to call for reinforcements? Yi Xian looked at Hao Tian. Do you really want me to call for reinforcements? Hao Tian stared at Yi Xian. If you don't, this god will look down on you. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I didn't want to call for reinforcements, but since you said so, I feel like I'm letting you down if I don't call for reinforcements. After saying that, he took out a black box. P.S. Let's hope the epidemic passes soon. Chapter 1085. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against an arrow in the dark. Hao Tian did this because he knew that it was impossible for him to kill Yi Xian and High Priest Amu so easily. Both of them had someone backing them. He hoped that the other party was in the open and not in the dark. This was because he could sense that there was an expert hiding in the dark who had yet to reveal himself. Yi Xian stared at the black box in front of him in silence. This was left for him by the little white fellow. What was inside? He had no idea. He only knew that when the little white fellow was angry, it would want to open the box. This box was definitely not simple. He had initially wanted to save this box for a crucial moment, but he had no choice but to use it now. After all, he really couldn't defeat these people in front of him. Yi Xian gently opened the box. A beam of black light floated out of the box. Soon, a black little girl suddenly appeared in the beam of black light. The little girl was dressed very strangely. She was wearing a shirt with an unknown monster printed on it. The shirt had no sleeves, and it was short, just above her arms. She was wearing a pair of blue skin-tight pants. These pants were a little special because there was a small hole on the knee of her right foot. It seemed like it was done on purpose. On the little girl's feet was a pair of human-shaped flip-flops. Her 2 jade-white feet were exposed to the air without any scruples. What was worth mentioning was that the little girl had a horn on her head and a tail on her back. Somewhere in the darkness, Xiao Dao stared at the little girl. No one knew what he was thinking about. The one-legged girl beside him suddenly asked, "Who is she?" Xiao Dao was expressionless. "Let me correct you. She is not human." The one-legged girl. From afar, Hao Tian and the rest were also staring at the little girl who had just appeared. Hao Tian, Abzang and Gu Zhantian didn't notice the expression on the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon's face. His eyes were filled with fear. Yi Xian was also staring at the little girl. He naturally knew who she was. This little girl was in cahoots with the little white fellow. The little girl yawned all of a sudden. Then she looked around. In the end, She laid her eyes on Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. Hello. The little girl sized up Yi Xian and frowned slightly. Why are you still so weak? Yi Xian was speechless. The little girl looked around again. Where's Bai? Little fellow. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly said. She left. The little girl looked at Yi Xian. He left. Yi Xian nodded. Let's go. The little girl shrugged. Then I'm leaving too. With that, she turned around and left. Meanwhile, Yi Xian hurriedly stopped the little girl. And the little girl turned around to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Can you help me fight? Fight. The little girl's eyes lit up, but soon she shook her head. No. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? The little girl pouted. Brother said not to always help you. You have to learn to face it yourself. Yi Xian blinked. Who's your brother? The little girl said. It's you. At this point she suddenly stopped and did not speak. Yi Xian was speechless. The little girl looked at Yi Xian. Were you bullied? Yi Xian nodded frantically. Yes. With that, he hurriedly pointed at Haotian and the others in the distance. They bullied the weak. 4 against 1. The little girl turned to look at Haotian and the others. Then, she looked at Yi Xian. They're so weak. Can't you beat them? Yi Xian was speechless. The little girl suddenly said, Brother didn't let me help you fight. He said you have to grow on your own. I'm leaving. With that, she turned around and left. At this moment, Yi Xian hurriedly pulled her back. He took out a candied haw and handed it to the little girl. The little girl took the candied haw and blinked. What do you mean by this? I'm telling you, I can't be bought over with a candied haw. Yi Xian suddenly took out another candied haw and handed it to the little girl. The little girl kept the candied haw without batting an eyelid. Then she said, Are we just going to fight them? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. But there are 4 of them. The little girl glanced at Haotian and the others. Then she said, Don't be afraid. With that, she walked towards Haotian and the others. Looking at the little girl walking over, Haotian was expressionless. Suddenly he disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the little girl stopped in her tracks. She flew up and punched. Boom. With one punch, the starry sky was destroyed. The starry sky within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was destroyed in an instant. Countless stars were shattered. The entire star field turned pitch black. An enormous black hole had been born just like that. On the other hand, Haotian was blasted over 5,000 kilometers away. When he finally stopped moving, his body had split apart and blood sprayed out. This punch instantly stunned everyone here. Yi Xian was dumbstruck as well. How could this little girl be so strong? Is she even human? In the shadows, Xiao Dao's face was expressionless. On the other hand, the single-legged woman by her side had an extremely heavy expression on her face. The little girl's strength had greatly exceeded her expectations. The might of this punch was truly capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Most importantly, it wasn't even her true body. As for Abzang, Gu Zhantian, and the 8 groups Heavenly Dragon, all of them had unprecedentedly heavy expressions on their faces. Moreover, there was even fear amidst that heaviness. As for Haotian himself, he was even more dumbstruck. A single punch. His body was blasted apart by a single punch. What sort of monster is this? The little girl peeled off a candied haw and licked it lightly. After that, she turned around and gazed at Xiao Dao. You're here as well. Yi Xian glanced at the path in the distance. Then he said, Do you know her? The little girl nodded. She had designs on Bai in the past. Yi Xian blinked. What do you mean? The little girl replied. She's a little bad. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao gazed at the little girl and remained silent. The little girl glanced at Xiao Dao. Do you want to fight? Xiao Dao's face remained expressionless. Up to you. Yi Xian's expression changed. He was just about to say something when the little girl suddenly smashed her fist forward. At the instant that her fist shot forward, a powerful force suddenly blasted Yi Xian over 10 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao took a step forward, and then he pressed his fingers together and tapped forward. At this moment, this expanse of the starry sky suddenly stopped moving. A finger tore through the starry sky and tore it apart layer by layer. In next to no time, a world-shaking explosion resounded like a thunderclap from within the pitch-black spatial black hole. Rumble. The stellar region which had been transformed into a black hole shook violently, and then it exploded apart. Yi Xian Ebzang and the others were blasted backwards repeatedly. The little girl suddenly put the candied ha away, and then her figure shot explosively towards Xiao Dao like a cannonball. Everywhere she passed was obliterated into nothingness. She'd truly vanished. All matter had vanished. Her strength was too formidable. Xiao Dao's face remained expressionless. Her eyes narrowed slightly when the little girl arrived in front of her, and then she clenched her right fist and smashed it forward. She was going head-on against it. Rumble. As soon as their fists collided, the entire stellar region suddenly fell silent, as if it had been frozen. Suddenly, Xiao Dao's figure turned illusory, and then her fist smashed against the little girl's chest. Bang! The little girl's figure shook violently, but she didn't take a single step back. Conversely, Xiao Dao retreated by over 300 m. However, she didn't stop, and her figure turned illusory again. The little girl's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she turned around and swung her leg. Bang! A figure was blasted back. Meanwhile, the little girl suddenly frowned, and then she suddenly turned around. Meanwhile, a finger suddenly pressed against her throat. Bang! The little girl's figure shook, and then her figure instantly became slightly illusory. However, at practically the exact same moment, her fist smashed against Xiao Dao who'd suddenly appeared in front of her. Bang! Xiao Dao instantly retreated by 3 kilometers. The little girl touched her throat, and there was a fingerprint there. She raised her head to look at Xiao Dao, and then she suddenly smashed her fist forward and roared furiously. Shake the heavens and earth! Her fist descended. Rumble! A destructive power suddenly swept across the field. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically at the sight of this power, and he retreated frantically. Hao Tian Ebzang and the others also retreated explosively. This force was truly too powerful. It was truly capable of destroying the world. In the distance, little Daoist narrowed her eyes. She stretched out her hands and pointed downwards. Then she slowly closed her eyes. When the powerful force was several thousand feet away from her, she suddenly opened her eyes and pointed out a finger. Destroy! A speck of black light appeared on the tip of her finger. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening explosion resounded. And then 2 figures retreated explosively. It was Xiao Dao and the little girl. Around 15 minutes later, the surroundings gradually calmed down, and Xiao Dao and the little girl returned to their original positions. Xiao Dao gazed at the little girl emotionlessly. The little girl took out a stick of candied hawthorn and started to lick it. Meanwhile, Yi Xian hurriedly appeared by the little girl's side. He glanced at Xiao Dao and said, "Are both of you all right?" Xiao Dao remained silent. The little girl said, "I'm fine." Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He couldn't figure out why the little girl wanted to hit Xiao Dao. The little girl gazed at Yi Xian. "I've used up all my energy. I'm going to vanish." Yi Xian was speechless. The little girl gazed at Xiao Dao. "I'll come find you in the future." Xiao Dao spoke indifferently. "I'll be waiting for you." The little girl licked the candied hawthorn, and her body grew more and more ethereal. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Do you know how to charge it?" "Charge it?" The little girl blinked. "How do you want to charge it?" Yi Xian hurriedly dragged number 9 out. Number 9! He'd never forgotten this woman. She was a woman who was very good at fighting. Her strength was a mystery as well. The little girl sized up number 9, and it didn't take long for her eyes to light up. Wow! She actually exists. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, "Do you know what she is?" The little girl nodded. "I do." Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "How do I charge her?" The little girl sized up number 9 carefully, licked the candied hawthorn, and then looked at Yi Xian. "I observed her carefully. She doesn't have a charging port, so you might have bought a fake. I suggest you return it." Return it? Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1086. A refund. Yi Xian put on an odd expression when he had heard what the little girl had said. Meanwhile, the little girl gazed at Yi Xian. Let's return it. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, I picked it up. Picked it up? The little girl blinked. You didn't buy it? Yi Xian nodded. I didn't buy it. Help me see how I should charge it. The little girl sized up number 9 once more, and then she gazed at Yi Xian. How's her IQ? Yi Xian said, very, very high, and she's very strong. The little girl said softly, it should be a solar charger. Solar? Yi Xian blinked. What do you mean? The little girl said, it's a solar charger. Yi Xian was speechless. The little girl glanced at the surroundings. It was pitch black without a trace of sunlight. The little girl said, take her to bask in the sun. Yi Xian nodded. That's the only way. The little girl licked the candied fruit, and then she passed it to Yi Xian. Keep it for me. I'll ask for it from you next time. As soon as she finished speaking, her body became completely ethereal, and it didn't take long for her to vanish. Yi Xian was speechless. The little girl had left. Yi Xian gazed at number 9, and then he glanced at the surroundings. I have to find some time to bask her in the sun. As if he'd thought of something, he turned around to look at where Hao Tian and the others were. They hadn't left. Hao Tian's body had been destroyed. Yi Xian gazed at Hao Tian, whose body had been destroyed, and he chuckled. You asked me to call for help. As soon as he finished speaking, he put number 9 away, turned around and ran. Hao Tian's expression was extremely unsightly. Of course, there was even more fear and terror on his face. The little girl that Yi Xian called out just now was truly heaven-defying. He didn't dare to chase after Yi Xian. He really didn't dare. A moment later, Hao Tian suddenly said, go back. With that, he turned around and left. On the battlefield, Abukang, Gu Zhantian and the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon vanished as well. Xiao Dao and the one-legged woman were still there. The one-legged woman looked at Xiao Dao. What kind of monster is she? Xiao Dao said calmly. Evil beasts. The one-legged woman frowned. Exalted goddess? Xiao Dao shook his head. No. As she spoke, she looked into the distance with a complicated expression. The ancestor of evil beasts. After a moment of silence, the one-legged woman said, I'm afraid the Tian clan won't dare to cause trouble for him anymore. Xiao Dao shook his head slightly. It depends on the priest's attitude. If she wants to target us, the Tian clan will not hesitate to pay the price. The one-legged woman asked, will she? I wonder what that woman is thinking. Xiao Dao said softly. The one-legged woman fell silent. In the distance, Yi Xian was sprinting madly. When he confirmed that Hao Tian and the others weren't chasing after him, he heaved a sigh of relief. After that, he released Amu. Amu looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian said softly, Are you angry? Amu shook his head. You did it to protect me. Why would I be angry? However, don't do this again. If there's anything, I will face it together with you. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Amu looked at Yi Xian. It's a promise. Yi Xian said seriously. It's a promise. Amu smiled and said, That girl just now left. Is she gone? Yi Xian nodded. She left. I wonder when I can see her again. Amu said softly. She is very light. That Xiao Dao is very strong too. Xiao Dao. At this moment he suddenly remembered something, and that was little Daoist. While he was shocked by the girl's strength, he almost forgot about Xiao Dao. This Xiao Dao was also very terrifying. He was evenly matched with that girl. Who was Xiao Dao? This was also a mystery. Amu suddenly said, Let's go to Mount Buzhou. Yi Xian looked at Amu. We're still going? I think the Celestials wouldn't dare to find us now. Amu smiled. Let's go. Yi Xian looked at Amu. What's your goal? Amu smiled. You'll know when we get there. Yi Xian nodded. All right. At this moment, Xiaoling, suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaoling, pulled him into the prison pagoda. Amu hurriedly followed them into the prison pagoda. Xiaoling, brought Yi Xian and Amu to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, Yi Xian saw the heaven-warring beast. At this moment, this heaven-warring beast was at least several times bigger than before. At the same time, Its body exuded a terrifying pressure. Yixian looked at Xiaoling. Xiaoling, or looked at the heaven-warring beast. It seems to have grown up. Yixian nodded. I can see that. Xiaoling said again. I just gave it some pills then. At this point, she stopped abruptly. Yixian asked. Then what? Xiaoling walked behind the heaven-warring beast. She grabbed its long tail and dragged it in front of Yixian. Xiaoling pointed at the heaven-warring beast. It ate all the spirit fruits. And it still wants to eat them. I don't know how to raise it. Yixian. The heaven-warring beast lay on the ground shivering. At this moment, Amu suddenly said. It is going to evolve. Yixian looked at Amu. Amu said softly. After it received the help of that little girl. It has broken through its bloodline. Now it is in a very critical period. If it has enough spirit chi, it will evolve and completely surpass its ancestor. Spirit chi. Yixian said in a deep voice. How much spirit chi? Amu blinked. I don't know. But the more the better, because the more it has, the more powerful it is. Yixian looked at Xiaoling. Xiaoling spread her hands. It has eaten all the fruits and pills. With that, she gently kicked the heaven-warring beast with her little foot. What a foodie! The heaven-warring beast lay on the ground and gently rubbed against Xiaoling, trying to please her. Xiaoling was a little helpless. Then she looked at Yixian. What should we do? It will eat us poor. At this time, the heaven-warring beast hurriedly ran to Yixian's feet and gently rubbed against Yixian's feet. After a moment of silence, Yixian said, I'll think of a way. Amu looked at Yixian. What way? Yixian glanced at the heaven-warring beast in front of him, then looked at Amu. Can the Wu clan afford to raise it? Amu blinked. This, Yixian looked at Amu. It is ours and also the Wu clan's. After a moment of silence, Amu said, raise it. Hearing this, Yixian's expression suddenly relaxed. Although he was very rich, he still underestimated this heaven-warring beast. This guy really could eat. It should be known that Xiaoling had saved countless spirit fruits and spirit items. But they were all eaten by this heaven-warring beast. Amu looked at the heaven-warring beast. If it is allowed to advance, it will become very powerful, but it really can eat. At this time, the heaven-warring beast suddenly stood up. It waved its fists as if to express something. At this time, Xiaoling suddenly said. It said it can fight very well when it grows up. Yixian was speechless. Amu suddenly said. How about this? When I return from Mount Buzhou, we will bring you to the Wu clan. At that time, you can eat to your heart's content. The heaven-warring beast hurriedly nodded. Amu smiled slightly, then looked at Yixian. Let's go. Yixian nodded, then left the prison pagoda with Amu. Inside the pagoda, Xiaoling looked at the heaven-warring beast inside. Eat less. Heaven-warring beast. Outside, Yixian was flying on his sword, and Amu was right beside him. Yixian looked into the distance. Amu, I heard you say that Mount Buzhou is the last remnant of the Tendo era? Amu nodded. Yes. Yixian said in a deep voice. Even Tendo can't avoid the fifth dimension tribulation? Amu said softly. I don't know. I only know that she is very mysterious and very powerful. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have come to Mount Buzhou. Yixian was a little puzzled. Why? Amu chuckled. Because she won't harm you. If you come here, she might give you some face. If I came alone, she definitely wouldn't give me face. Yixian was a little curious. Amu, why are you going to Mount Buzhou? I'm really curious. Amu blinked. You'll know when the time comes. Yixian shook his head. All right. Amu turned his head and looked, then said, after this time, the Tian clan will definitely restrain themselves. Yixian smiled. I hope so. Amu looked at Yixian, wanting to say something but hesitating. Yixian said softly, Amu, what do you want to say? Amu was silent for a moment, then said, by now, you should already know that your identity is a bit special, right? Yixian nodded. Amu looked at Yixian. You seem safe, but in reality, danger lurks everywhere. Your current strength is far from enough to deal with these dangers. As for that woman in the plain dress, I've thought about it for the past few days. There must be a deeper meaning to her not coming to the fifth dimension. And to be able to delay her footsteps, it is definitely not an ordinary person or matter. The people behind you are each stronger than the last, but this also means that in the future, your opponents will definitely be extremely strong. Yi Xian frowned. Future opponents? Amu looked at Yi Xian. All the eras are converging, and the fifth dimension tribulation is about to arrive. Haven't you noticed that something big is about to happen? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Is it just the fifth dimension tribulation? Amu shook her head. It's definitely not just the fifth dimension tribulation. As she spoke, she turned to look at the distant depths of the starry sky. Her eyes were filled with deep worry. Yi Xian asked, Amu, did you discover something? Amu shook her head and smiled, not saying anything. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this time, Amu suddenly raised her head and looked into the distance. We've arrived. Yi Xian looked into the distance. In the depths of the starry sky, he could vaguely see a huge mountain. That huge mountain stood in the middle of the starry sky. Around that huge mountain, there were countless smaller mountains. In that area, dark clouds covered the sky, and the light was extremely dim. It gave people an invisible feeling of oppression. In addition, Yi Xian also discovered that on top of that Buzhou sacred mountain, there was a huge sleeping dragon. Yi Xian looked at Amu. Amu said softly, This is Buzhou sacred mountain. P.S. Being too handsome is too troublesome. You can't understand. Chapter 1087. Yi Xian looked at the huge dragon occupying Buzhou sacred mountain. Amu, this is? Amu said softly. The last true dragon of the Tendo era. True dragon. At this moment, he thought of the true dragon bloodline. There were 3 main bloodlines in the world: his mad demon bloodline, mortal bloodline, and the true dragon bloodline. True dragon. Yi Xian asked. What's the difference between a true dragon and a heavenly dragon? Amu said with a smile. There's a big difference. There are many types of dragons. Among them, true dragons are the highest level because their bloodline is the purest. Next are demonic dragons. Demonic dragons are also true dragons, but they have darkened. And then there's the heavenly dragon. Whether it's strength or bloodline purity, a heavenly dragon is far inferior to a true dragon. Yi Xian looked at the true dragon and said, Why is it here? Amu smiled faintly. I made a mistake. I was imprisoned here by the Tendo to guard Buzhou Mountain. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. I made a mistake. Amu said softly. The Tendo is much stronger than you think. After all, it's the Tendo of our fifth dimension. Yi Xian looked at the still sleeping true dragon and said, Amu, what's your goal? Amu said, Follow me. After saying this, she walked towards a rugged path in the distance. Yi Xian hurried to catch up. This place was extremely dark, and there was an oppressive atmosphere everywhere. The true dragon in the distance was still sleeping, and there was no sign of it waking up. Yi Xian asked, Amu, if it wakes up, will it attack us? Amu looked at the true dragon and nodded. It definitely will. Yi Xian. Amu said with a smile. It's fine. As long as we don't provoke it, it shouldn't wake up for the time being, unless the Tendo wakes it up. Tendo. Yi Xian looked around. Does the Tendo know that we are here? Amu blinked. Maybe. Perhaps. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, We have to speed up. Yi Xian looked into the distance. Just on foot? Amu nodded. Let's walk. If we ride on the sword, we'll easily alert the true dragon. With your current strength. At this point, she suddenly stopped talking. Yi Xian asked, Is there a big gap between us? Amu nodded slightly. After all, it's a true dragon. According to the ranking of the heavenly dragon race, he should be at the 9th vein. 9 patterns. This time, Yi Xian knew what was going on. Amu sped up and looked into the distance. We're almost there. Yi Xian did not ask any more questions. About an hour later, Amu brought Yi Xian to a stone door. The stone door was thick and heavy. On it, there were unknown runes. Yi Xian looked at Amu. Amu smiled. We're here. Yi Xian said. Amu, this is? Amu did not say anything. She walked to the stone door and looked at the runes on it. Her eyebrows gradually furrowed. Yi Xian was also proficient in runes. He looked at the stone door. The runes on the stone door were very strange, and he had never seen them before. Amu said, "We must unravel these runes." Yi Xian asked, "Can't we just barge in?" Amu shook her head. "No." With that, she approached the stone door and gently stroked the mysterious runes on it. "Interesting," Yi Xian said. "Can you understand it?" Amu said softly, "I have to study it." With that, she took out an ancient book and flipped through it. Yi Xian also helped to read it. At first he did not understand, but fortunately, Amu would explain it to him. Just like that, after about a market, Amu suddenly stood up. She quickly pressed her hands on the stone door. Soon, the runes on the stone door lit up. It was activated. Amu turned to look at Yi Xian and grinned. "It's a success." Yi Xian nodded. He looked at the stone door and it slowly opened. Soon a dark wind drifted out. Yi Xian pulled Amu behind him. A sword in tent appeared out of thin air and blocked the cold wind. Amu suddenly said, "Let's go in." With that, she pulled Yi Xian's hand and quickly walked inside. The two of them walked along the small path, and before long, they arrived in front of a stone temple. In front of the stone temple, there was a statue of a man. The man wore a simple black robe, and in his left hand was an ancient diagram, while in his right hand was a round shield that was intersecting black and white. Yi Xian looked at Amu. Amu said softly, "Salute." With that, she respectfully saluted the statue of the man. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then also saluted. Amu said softly, "You must be very curious about who he is." Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Amu said, "He is called Shi. He is one of the founders of our human civilization. At the beginning of the birth of the five-dimensional universe, there were only Tendo and some other creatures. But later on, there was the human race. And at that time, humans did not have spiritual wisdom. Their behavior was no different from wild beasts. Later on, some outstanding human powerhouses appeared on this land. She was one of them. At that time, humans were weak. It was they who led humans to fight against heaven and earth, against the ancient demon beasts, and created the human civilization." As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian. "Strictly speaking, they are the ancestors of our human race. They are worthy of the respect of all human powerhouses. Moreover, all humans should remember them." Yi Xian said softly, "So that's how it is." As he said this, he turned to look at Amu. "You came here to see him?" Amu suddenly pulled Yi Xian's hand and walked in front of Shi. She looked at the statue of Shi and said, "Emperor Shi, the person beside me is kind and loyal. He is qualified to take on the responsibility of the future of the human race. If Emperor Shi is willing, you can hand over the 8 trigrams and the Tai Chi shield to him. He will not disappoint Emperor Shi and revitalize the human race." Yi Xian was speechless. The statue did not respond. Amu hesitated and then said, "Emperor Shi, are you really not going to consider it?" The statue still did not respond. Amu was silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's okay. I already have many treasures." Amu shook her head. "It's not the same." Yi Xian was puzzled. "What's the difference?" Amu shook her head slightly. She looked at the statue of Emperor Shi and slowly closed her eyes. She seemed to be saying something, but Yi Xian could not hear her. Yi Xian looked at Emperor Shi. At this moment, Amu suddenly opened her eyes. She looked straight at Emperor Shi and muttered something. Yi Xian could not hear a single word. After a while, Amu suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. "Are you willing to fight for the human race?" "Fight for the human race?" Yi Xian was stunned. Amu looked at Yi Xian. "If you agree to fight for the human race from this moment on, you will shoulder the heavy burden of the human race's civilization. You will become the true king of the human race, the king of the human race." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Amu." Amu looked straight at Yi Xian. "Answer me. Answer me seriously. This is not a joke. Once you agree, you will bear a huge burden. Not only that, you will become the king of the human race. You will have a heavy burden on your shoulders. Fight for the human race. Yi Xian was silent. He knew that Amu was not joking. Once he admitted to it, Yi Xian would have to bear more responsibility. For the human race. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Amu, I am a selfish person. Amu said, but from this moment on, you can change yourself. From now on, not only will you fight for yourself and your family, but you will also fight for the entire human race. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Amu, I don't have that strength. He could lie to others, but he did not want to lie to Amu. Amu shook his head. Strength is not a problem. The problem is whether you have the heart. Yi Xian looked straight at Amu. I don't. He said whatever he wanted to say. Right now he really did not think about why he would fight for the human race. This was too great. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Amu turned to look at the statue of Emperor Shi. At this moment, the statue suddenly split open. Then a shadow appeared in front of Yi Xian and Amu. It was Emperor Shi. Emperor Shi glanced at Amu, then looked at Yi Xian. He smiled and said, Young man, you are quite honest. Yi Xian bowed slightly. Greetings, elder. Emperor Shi floated in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian. After a moment he said softly, You are quite considerate. Yi Xian was completely confused by her words. Emperor Shi looked up, his eyes full of worry. The greatest enemy of this world is not others, nor is it the impending catastrophe but ourselves. Whether it is the human race or other races, the greatest enemy is ourselves. But all living beings and races have no other way, because we have to survive. As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian. There was a hint of complexity in his eyes. Back then, I was not as good as you. As he said this, his body gradually became illusory. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, Bow. Yi Xian hesitated, then bowed respectfully. Emperor Shi looked at Yi Xian. When you are powerful enough, remember that you are a human. Although we humans have internal strife and kill each other, remember that the human civilization should not disappear from this universe. And you are the inheritor and guardian of the civilization. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Elder, the human race will not recognize what you said. Emperor Shi smiled slightly. They will recognize it. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, Hurry up and thank Elder Emperor Shi. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Then he bowed respectfully. I can't guarantee anything, but I will try my best. Emperor Shi smiled slightly. That's enough. As he said this, his body became completely illusory. At this moment, an ancient map and a round shield suddenly fell in front of Yi Xian. In addition, there was also an ancient seal. The seal was only the size of a fist, and its four sides were engraved with mountains and rivers. As for Emperor Shi, he had disappeared without a trace. Yi Xian looked at Amu. Amu opened her right hand, and the ancient map appeared in her hand. Looking at the ancient map in his hand, she whispered, 8 trigrams map. Yi Xian quickly asked, What's the use of it? Amu said softly, I'll tell you later. As she said this, she picked up the seal and said, This is the seal of the human ruler. With this seal, you can summon the 12 generals to fight for you. Not only that, but from now on, any seal, enchantment, and matrix in the world will be ineffective against you. Most importantly, as she said this, she looked at Yi Xian. This seal can let you obtain the power of faith of the human race. Chapter 1088. Human's Power of Faith? Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. What is human's power of faith? Amu said softly. It is a special type of cultivation power. The more people that believe in you, the stronger you will be. If the entire human race believes in you, your strength will be very, very terrifying. Saying that, she paused, then continued. However, this is very difficult. Now is not like the past. The human race itself is fighting amongst themselves. The people's hearts are lax. Wanting the entire human race to believe in you is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. That is to say, this is useless? Amu shook her head. How can that be? This is the human ruler seal. It is the symbol of your identity. This seal is extremely useful to you, do not lose it. Yi Xian nodded. I will keep it well. Saying that, he looked at the 8 trigrams diagram and the Taiji shield in his hands. Amu took the Taiji shield from Yixian's hands. For now, this shield is the most useful to you. Yixian looked at the Taiji shield. How is this shield compared to the torch dragon shield? Amu rolled her eyes at Yixian. How can your torch dragon shield be compared to this shield? Yixian blinked. This shield is much stronger than the torch dragon shield? Amu nodded. The strength of this shield is far beyond your imagination. Come, drip a drop of your blood. Let it recognize you as its master. Yixian nodded. With a point of his finger, a drop of blood flew into the Taiji shield. Boom! The Taiji shield trembled violently, then directly turned into a white light of intersecting black and white, entering the space between Yixian's eyebrows. Yixian was stunned in place. Soon, a mass of white and black gas appeared around his body. These two masses of gas revolved around his body. Gradually, an illusory black and white shield appeared around him. Taiji shield. This Taiji shield was not real, but illusory. Yixian glanced at the illusory Taiji shield. With a thought, the Taiji shield immediately disappeared. Yixian looked at Amu. Amu chuckled and said, "This is the toughest shield known so far. Other than that, this shield also has Emperor Shi's divine power. It is truly impenetrable." Yixian looked at Amu. "Invincible." Amu nodded. "Even the legendary Tendo blade can't hurt it. With this shield, you're invincible, except for a few extremely strong people." Yixian was silent for a moment. Then, he took out the executing heaven sword and gently slashed it against his Taiji shield. Chi. The sword slashed down. But the Taiji shield was not damaged at all. It was as if his sword had slashed onto cotton. Yixian was truly shocked at this moment. One had to know that his executing heaven sword could even break through the defense of the 8th division heavenly dragon. However, it could not hurt this Taiji shield at all. At this moment, Amu said again, "Even if your sword was 10 times stronger, it would not be able to hurt this shield." Hearing this, Yixian's face was full of shock. "It's that terrifying?" Amu nodded slightly. "This shield contains endless mysteries. It's known as the #1 shield of the human race." Yixian blinked. "Amu, aren't you from the Wu clan? How did you become a human?" Amu smiled and said, "Whether it's the Wu clan or the deity clan, we are all humans in essence. It's just that we are from different camps. But in the end, we are all humans." Hearing this, Yixian understood. As if thinking of something, Yixian hurriedly asked, "Amu, can Haoyan and the others break my shield?" Amu shook his head. "They can't." Hearing this, Yixian was delighted. At this moment, Amu said again, "But if you fight them, you'll definitely be the one to die." Yixian blinked. "Why?" Amu rolled his eyes at Yixian. "Because you can't do anything to them. This shield can only guarantee your safety, but it can only be used for defense. If they fight you, they can exhaust you to death. Do you understand?" Yixian nodded slightly. Understood. Simply put, they couldn't beat him to death, but they could exhaust him to death. Yixian picked up the 8 trigrams and said, "Amu, what's this?" Amu said, "The 8 trigrams contains a set of arrays." Yixian blinked. "Arrays?" Amu nodded. 8 trigrams array. Yixian asked, "The human race's first array?" Amu said with a smile, "The 8 trigrams array can only be considered the human race's second array." Yixian quickly asked, "What's the human race's first array?" Amu rolled his eyes at Yixian. "I knew you would ask this. Let me tell you, the human race's first array is at Tendo. And this 8 trigrams array is mainly for defense. Once this array is activated, even the 5th dimension tribulation can be resisted." "What?" Yixian suddenly said in astonishment. "It can even resist the 5th dimension tribulation." Amu glared at Yixian. "Let me finish. This array can resist the 5th dimension tribulation, but only in a very small area. For example, this Bujo God Mountain. If the 5th dimension tribulation comes, this array can protect Bujo God Mountain, but outside of Bujo God Mountain, it doesn't have this ability." Hearing this, Yixian understood. The Taiji shield was a single target defense, but this 8 trigrams array was a full body defense. Amu suddenly said seriously, "Let me tell you, You promised Emperor Shi that you would protect the human race in the future. Yixian nodded. I will do my best. Amu nodded. As long as you do your best. Yixian looked around then said, let's go back. Amu shook her head. I still need to bring you somewhere else. After saying this, she pulled Yixian's arm and walked outside. When they were outside, Yixian discovered that the true dragon was still sleeping. Looking at this true dragon, Yixian suddenly thought of that true phoenix. That true phoenix was also very strong, but unfortunately, its brain wasn't very good. It had just been freed, but it wanted to say harsh words to Tendo. Even though it couldn't defeat its opponent, it still wanted to say harsh words. In his opinion, this was stupid. Amu led Yixian towards a small path in the distance. Right at this moment, lightning suddenly flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Yixian raised his head and looked up. Within the dark clouds, lightning was densely packed, and strands of invisible might swept down. Amu suddenly said, according to the ancient records, this Mount Buzhou was once a pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, it was smashed apart. Smashed apart. Yixian's eyelids twitched. Who was that powerful? Amu smiled and said, an expert from the Tendo era. As for his name, I don't know either. That's because even we don't know much about the Heavenly Law era. I only know that there were quite a few experts from that era. Yixian said softly. Era after era was destroyed by the fifth dimension calamity, and now the fifth dimension calamity is coming again. Amu looked at Yixian. Are you afraid? Yixian nodded. A little afraid because I don't want to die. Amu smiled and said, then you have to work hard to become stronger. Yixian nodded. The current him, his only goal was to become stronger. Amu suddenly pointed into the distance. Do you see that small mountain? Yixian looked in the direction where Amu was pointing. In the distance, there was a small mountain. The small mountain was lying between two large mountains. From time to time, lightning would fall on the small mountain. However, the lightning did not destroy the small mountain. Instead, it entered the small mountain. Amu said softly, it is said that a great god is imprisoned there. Yixian looked at Amu. A great god is imprisoned there? Amu nodded. Yes. Yixian asked, who imprisoned it? Amu said softly, Tendo. Yixian wanted to ask more, but Amu suddenly said, don't ask one question at a time. Let me tell you what I know. Yixian was speechless. Amu said, in the era of Tendo, two great gods fought over some benefits. One of them knocked down Mount Buzhou in a fit of rage. When the mountain fell, the balance between heaven and earth was lost. Countless living beings around Mount Buzhou died tragically. In a fit of rage, Tendo suppressed him here, so that he would never be able to rise again. Yixian said in a deep voice, Amu, was this Tendo guarding this land? Amu nodded. Yes. Yixian was a little puzzled. Then why did she disappear later on? Amu said softly, maybe she was disappointed. Yixian asked, why do you say that? Amu shook her head. I don't know the specifics either. That Xiao Dao should know a lot. Yixian shook his head slightly. That woman won't tell me. Amu smiled. You're just too curious about everything. Yixian was about to speak when the mountain in the distance suddenly trembled. Countless rocks rolled down. Yixian and Amu looked at the mountain. Yixian said in a deep voice, don't tell me that whatever god is coming out? Amu blinked. It's possible. Yixian looked at Amu. Shall we go? Amu said softly, the other party should have discovered you. Yixian was about to speak when Amu suddenly said, let's meet him. With that said, she led Yixian towards the small mountain. Soon Yixian and Amu arrived in front of the small mountain. At this moment, the small mountain shook violently. Yixian was about to speak when a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the small mountain. Boom! The entire small mountain shook violently. Yixian looked at Amu. I think he was beaten. Amu nodded. Yixian looked at the sky and said, could it be that the Tendo forbade him from coming into contact with us? Amu looked around. That's possible. Yixian said. Then shall we go? Amu nodded. All right. With that said, She pulled Yixian and left. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the small mountain. Please wait. Yixian and Amu stopped and turned to look at the small mountain. On top of the small mountain, an illusory figure suddenly appeared. Amu looked at the figure. What's the matter, senior? The figure said. The old man would like to ask for a small favor from the two of you. Very straightforward. Amu shook her head. Your Excellency, we are just passing by. The figure fell silent. Amu said again. Your Excellency, we are really just passing by. The figure suddenly said. This person beside you is the new king of human, right? Human king. Yixian looked at Amu. Amu blinked and said. Yes. The figure said. Your Majesty the human king, please lend a hand. Yixian fell silent. The figure said again. Your Majesty, are you afraid of the Tendo? Yixian nodded. Yes. The figure said. You are the human king, your status is not inferior to the Tendo. Yixian looked at the figure. What's the use of status? I can't beat him. P.S. I don't know when the epidemic will end. I'm eating cabbage in my hometown every day. Chapter 1089. Identity. He really didn't think that there was anything special about a human king's identity. Strength. Strength was the way of the king. In the distance, the figure was silent. At this time, Yixian said, Your Excellency, we don't want to offend the Tendo. Please understand. The Tendo had already given him a lot of face. He couldn't take it too far. Yixian turned to look at Amu. Let's go. Amu nodded. Amu led Yixian away. Behind them, the figure didn't say anything, but he didn't disappear either. He just stood there. In the distance, Yixian suddenly said, Amu, you seem to know this place quite well. Amu smiled. I did. Yixian looked at Amu. You brought me here to let me obtain the inheritance of Emperor Shi? Amu nodded. Yixian asked, Why? Amu blinked. Why what? Yixian said. Why did you let me inherit the inheritance of Emperor Shi? Amu smiled. Because this way, you will have more means to protect yourself. Yixian looked at Amu and didn't say anything. Amu smiled. Do you know why Emperor Shi chose you? Yixian said. I know. He didn't just choose me. There are other reasons, right? Amu nodded. Yes. So you need to work harder. Because you don't have much time left. As she said this, she looked at Yixian and said softly, You haven't experienced the fifth dimension tribulation. You don't know how terrifying it is. Yixian was silent. Fifth dimension tribulation. He indeed hadn't seen the fifth dimension tribulation, but he could imagine how terrifying it was. Since ancient times, how many experts and civilizations had been destroyed by the fifth dimension tribulation? At this time, Amu said, My intuition tells me that this time's fifth dimension tribulation will be different from the previous ones. Yixian frowned. What do you mean? Amu shook his head. I can't say. It's just intuition. Yixian was silent. About an hour later, Amu suddenly stopped. Not far in front of her, there was a stone tablet. The words on the stone tablet were very strange, and Yixian could not understand them. Amu walked in front of the stone tablet and bowed slightly. Yixian followed suit and bowed. Amu looked at the stone tablet and said softly, Buried here is an expert who once made great contributions to the human race. As she spoke, she walked in front of the stone tablet and whispered something. After a moment, Amu frowned slightly. Yixian looked at Amu. What's the matter? After a moment of silence, Amu said, Let's go. With that, she bowed again and pulled Yixian away. Yixian was somewhat puzzled. Amu, what's the matter? Amu said softly, We came late. Yixian glanced at the stone tablet. Someone beat us to it. Amu nodded. Let's go. Yixian nodded slightly. Let's go. Amu looked at Yixian. You're not disappointed? Yixian smiled. Disappointed about what? Amu looked at Yixian and did not speak. Yixian chuckled. I never thought that other people's things should be mine. If I can obtain it, then it's my fortune. If I can't obtain it, then it doesn't matter. Amu blinked and said with a smile, That's a very good attitude. Let's go. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion from afar. Yi Xian and Amu looked at the source of the explosion. That was where the figure they had met earlier was. Yi Xian frowned. "Don't tell me he's going to force his way out?" Amu suddenly said in a deep voice. "This is bad." Yi Xian looked at Amu. "What?" Amu's face was a little gloomy. "He's alerting the true dragon." As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly shot up into the sky from the small mountain in the distance. Very quickly, this force swept towards the slumbering true dragon. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. He grabbed Amu. "Let's go." With that, he and Amu disappeared on the spot. And just as they were about to exit Buzhou Sacred Mountain, an invisible force suddenly enveloped him and Amu. At the same time, the exit was sealed. Yi Xian and Amu looked at each other and turned to look. At this moment, on top of Buzhou Sacred Mountain, a huge dragon head was looking down at the two of them. "It's awake," Yi Xian said softly. "Can we beat it?" Amu shook her head. "No," Yi Xian asked. "Then what do we do?" Amu said, "Reason with it." Yi Xian was speechless. Amu looked up at the true dragon and bowed slightly. "Greetings, true dragon senior." In the sky, the true dragon looked down at Yi Xian and Amu. Its eyes were indifferent, as if it was looking at an ant. Amu blinked, and then he said, "Defend." When it heard Amu, the true dragon suddenly roared furiously, and a powerful draconic might swept down from the sky. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw this force, and he didn't dare to underestimate it in the slightest. With a command in his mind, the Tai Chi shield suddenly appeared above his head. Rumble! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted in the sky. At the same time, the entire Buzhou mountain trembled. A powerful draconic might surged towards the surroundings like a wave. As for Yi Xian and Amu, they were completely fine. The Tai Chi shield had forcefully blocked the attack of the draconic might. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. This was the first time he'd used the Tai Chi shield, and he hadn't expected it to be so strong. In the sky, the true dragon looked down at Yi Xian's Tai Chi shield with a trace of doubt in its eyes. "Emperor Shi's shield." Amu looked straight at the true dragon. "He has obtained Emperor Shi's inheritance." The true dragon looked down at Amu. "So what?" Hearing this, Amu blinked, then turned to look at Yi Xian. "This guy doesn't want to give Emperor Shi face. What should we do?" Yi Xian spread his hands and said, "Let's just leave it as it is." Amu was speechless. At this moment, the true dragon suddenly said, "Those who trespass into this world shall die." As soon as it finished speaking, it suddenly roared at Yi Xian and Amu below. At the same time, a huge dragon claw descended from the sky, as if it wanted to crush the earth. Seeing this, Amu's eyelids twitched. She retreated to Yi Xian's side and said, "F***ck him." Yi Xian was speechless. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian hurriedly took out the Tai Chi shield. When the dragon claw landed on the Tai Chi shield, the entire Tai Chi shield shook violently. Although the Tai Chi shield blocked the dragon claw, Yi Xian's face turned pale at this moment. The Tai Chi shield was invincible, but he was not. Every time he used the Tai Chi shield, it consumed a lot of his energy. If the Tai Chi shield withstood a strong force, he would also be affected. At this moment, the dragon claw suddenly pressed down. Boom! The Tai Chi shield shook violently. Yi Xian immediately felt a strong force. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough to resist this force. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, "Your Excellency, we have no enmity with each other. Do you really want to kill me?" In the sky, the true dragon looked down at Yi Xian and Amu. "Those who trespass into this world shall die." As soon as it finished speaking, it pressed down again. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth trembled. Under the Tai Chi shield, Yi Xian's face became even paler. Yi Xian looked at Amu. "Is there any way?" Amu said in a low voice, "Hit him." Yi Xian blinked. "Okay." After saying that, he suddenly removed the Tai Chi shield and rushed up to the sky with the executing heaven sword. He slashed at the dragon claw. Boom! The dragon claw was directly repelled by Yi Xian's sword. Yi Xian was struck dumb at the sight of this. "I don't think I'm that weak." As if reading Yi Xian's mind, Amu suddenly said, You're not weak to begin with. As soon as she finished speaking, the true dragon suddenly swooped down. Yi Xian's expression changed. He raised his right hand to the sky and the Tai Chi shield quietly appeared. Boom! The Tai Chi shield forcefully blocked the true dragon's attack. However, at this moment, the entire Mount Buzhou trembled like an earthquake. It was extremely shocking. Under the Tai Chi shield, Yi Xian's expression became ferocious. Gradually, a powerful bloodline power surged out from within him. Boom! Yi Xian roared furiously as he shot into the sky with his sword in hand. In an instant, countless rays of sword energy slashed down like a torrential storm on the true dragon. With the help of the bloodline power, Yi Xian's combat strength instantly soared. Countless rays of sword energy landed on the true dragon's body, and streams of blood sprayed out incessantly. However, such an injury was really nothing when compared to the true dragon's enormous body. Yi Xian noticed this as well. He charged up to the true dragon's head and stabbed his sword at its head. Meanwhile, the true dragon suddenly roared furiously, and then its long tail swept towards Yi Xian. Everywhere its tail passed, space was instantly obliterated into nothingness. Yi Xian had no choice but to withdraw his sword when he witnessed this scene, and then his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was over 1 kilometer away. However, an enormous dragon claw suddenly clawed at him from afar. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the Tai Chi shield appeared in front of him again. Bang! The Tai Chi shield shook violently, but Yi Xian was completely unharmed. The true dragon's gaze suddenly became ferocious when it witnessed this scene, and it stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Damnable human! How dare you provoke me? Yi Xian had an emotionless expression on his face. Hit me then. Kill me if you can. The true dragon suddenly roared furiously, and then it smashed forcefully towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and then his figure flashed to the side, and appeared over 1 kilometer away. The true dragon's attack missed, and the entire divine Mount Buzhou trembled violently. Moreover, the space where it collided directly collapsed and transformed into a deathly still area. The true dragon turned to look at Yi Xian, and it was just about to attack again when Amu suddenly said, "Stop fighting." Yi Xian looked down at Amu, and Amu pointed at a hill in the distance. "True dragon, you made that hill collapse." The true dragon turned to look at where Amu was pointing. The hill had already collapsed, and a faint ray of light slowly floated up. The true dragon's expression changed drastically when it witnessed this scene, and it turned to look at Yi Xian and roared furiously. "Human, you've caused a huge disaster." Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1090. He was in big trouble. Yi Xian blinked. All of a sudden, he also had a hunch that something bad was about to happen. In the distance, the figure that had just appeared became more and more solid. Soon, a middle-aged man in a long robe appeared in Yi Xian and Amu's line of sight. The middle-aged man wore a simple robe and held a strange weapon in his right hand. The weapon looked like a harpoon, and the tip of the weapon shimmered with aqueous light. And behind the middle-aged man's head, there was an aqueous halo floating there. The middle-aged man looked no different from a human, but upon closer inspection, Yi Xian realized that the other party might not be human, because the other party had unknown scales on his face. Yi Xian looked at Amu. Amu shook her head. "I don't know him." In the sky, the true dragon stared at the middle-aged man who had just appeared with a grave expression. Amu gently poked Yi Xian's shoulder with her right hand. "Let's leave." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." With that said, the two of them were about to leave. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "The two of you, are you leaving just like that?" Amu blinked. "Congratulations on escaping, senior. You've just escaped, so you must have a lot of things to deal with. We won't disturb you anymore." With that said, she pulled Yi Xian and left. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly laughed. "I'm afraid the two of you won't be able to leave." Just as he finished his sentence, a powerful stream of water suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and Amu. Amu's expression darkened. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "I still need a little help from the two of you." Amu pointed at the true dragon in the distance. Aren't you going to deal with him first? The middle-aged man glanced at the true dragon and smiled. It's just an evil creature. With that said, he turned to look at the true dragon. Evil creature, if you ran just now, you might still have a chance to live. Now it's too late. With that said, he pointed the strange trident forward. Boom. A jet of water suddenly shot out. In the distance, the true dragon roared furiously and directly crashed into the water pillar. Rumble. Along with an explosion, the dragon was suddenly blasted away. After that, an invisible pressure enveloped the dragon. At the same time, countless water chains had suddenly appeared around the dragon, and they tightly bound it to Mount Bujo. Utter defeat. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian and Amu's faces immediately darkened. This true dragon didn't even have the strength to fight back? Yi Xian glanced at the middle-aged man. This guy's strength was a little terrifying. The real dragon stared at the middle-aged man. Shingong, is the Tendo still here? Tendo. Shingong looked up at the sky and smiled as he said, The heavenly Tao. Yi Xian suddenly said, Don't tell me you're not even afraid of the Tendo. Shingong looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Are you trying to provoke me to fight the Tendo? Yi Xian smiled. Senior, the Tendo is still here. Shingong nodded and smiled. I know he's still here, but so what? Yi Xian looked at Shingong. Are you really not afraid of the Tendo? Shingong smiled. I really can't beat the Tendo. However, if I'm not wrong, he's definitely not in this world now. Otherwise, I won't be able to escape at all. Hearing this, Yi Xian was silent. In fact, he had also guessed this. Shingong turned to look at the true dragon and smiled. Evil creature, are you very disappointed? The true dragon stared at Shingong. The Tendo is everywhere. Shingong shook his head. The reason you think so is because you're too weak. The true dragon suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian below. Human King, you're responsible for sealing him. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn, now you know I'm a human king. Shingong turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. He just received Emperor Shi's inheritance. How can he fight against me? Yi Xian was silent. Shingong looked at Yi Xian. I can spare you too, but you have to do one thing for me. The true dragon roared. You can't agree to it. Shingong suddenly waved his right hand, and in an instant, a water chain whipped the true dragon's head. Bang! The true dragon's skin split open, and blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian and Amu looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. How terrifying was the true dragon's defense. However, in front of Shingong, it was as fragile as paper. At this time, the water chains kept lashing the true dragon's body, and with every lash, the true dragon's skin would split open. It was a tragic sight. Shingong ignored the true dragon and looked at Yi Xian. Little brother, do you mind if I do you a small favor? As he said this, he did not wait for Yi Xian to refuse and turned to point to the right. 100 miles over there, there's an underground well with a seal on it. I want you to open this seal. No. In the distance, the true dragon roared. Shingong suddenly waved his right hand, and a water chain was thrown out. Boom. The true dragon's body split open, and blood splattered everywhere. Shingong looked at Yi Xian. Little brother, don't tell me you want to have the same treatment as him? Yi Xian said with a smile. No. Shingong nodded. Then let's begin. Human King. Yi Xian looked at Shingong. You're not human? Shingong smiled. No. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Understood. As he said this, he looked at Amu, and Amu shook his head. Yi Xian smiled. I hate it when people threaten me. As he said this, he was about to put Amu into the prison pagoda, but he found that he couldn't put him in at all. Yi Xian looked at Amu in shock. You? Amu blinked. If I don't want to, you can't put me in. Yi Xian was silent. Amu walked in front of Yi Xian. I said, if there's anything, we'll face it together. Yi Xian smiled. Then you'll support me. Amu nodded. Okay. As she said this, she opened her palm, and a skull appeared in her hand. Yi Xian blinked. What's this? Amu smiled and said, Go and fight. Yi Xian nodded, and then he looked up at Shingong. Shingong smiled. Isn't it good to be alive? Yi Xian smiled. What I hate the most in my life is being threatened. And I believe that if I help you do something, you will never let us go. As he said this, he stomped his right foot on the ground. Wang! A sword's cry suddenly shook the world. In the air, Shen Gong's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Human ants. As he said this, he suddenly held the strange trident in his hand and lightly pointed downwards. With this point, a pillar of water shot down from the sky. Facing this water pillar, Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. He held the executing heaven sword in his hand and slashed upwards. Chi! This sword slashed directly on the water pillar, and the top of the water pillar was cut open. However, Yi Xian instantly fell to the ground. On the ground, Yi Xian glanced at his right hand. His right hand had already split open. In the sky, Shen Gong looked down at Yi Xian. You're not that weak. Yi Xian laughed, and the next moment he soared into the sky again. Not far away, Amu placed the skull on the ground. She took out some strange things and placed them in front of the skull. Then, she clasped her hands together and silently chanted some unknown incantation. In the sky, Yi Xian was still fighting Shen Gong, but he was being completely suppressed. If it wasn't for the Tai Chi shield, he wouldn't be a match for Shen Gong at all. The gap in their strength was still too huge. However, Yi Xian became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Fight! Ever since his strength had increased, he rarely fought. Now he wanted to have a good fight. As for Shen Gong, he frowned as he fought, because he noticed that he wasn't able to easily kill Yi Xian. Tai Chi shield. Every time he exerted a killing move, Yi Xian would take out the Tai Chi shield to resist the killing move. Bang! Right at this moment, Yi Xian was suddenly blasted flying by a pillar of water again. This time, he flew for an entire 300 m. As soon as he stopped, the space around him suddenly split open, and then countless water chains flew out from the split space and surged towards him. Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all, and directly withdrew the Tai Chi shield. Rumble! Rumble! For a time, waves of water exploded around Yi Xian. After a short moment, the water chains vanished, but Yi Xian was still there. Shen Gong stared fixedly at Yi Xian. What a Tai Chi shield! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A water chain shot out explosively like a thunderclap. In the distance, Yi Xian stood there without moving, and he allowed the water chain to blast against his Tai Chi shield. Rumble! The Tai Chi shield trembled violently. Even though the Tai Chi shield had resisted the force of the water pillar, the remaining force still forcefully blasted Yi Xian back by 300 m. Yi Xian hadn't even stopped when countless streams of water suddenly appeared around him. Meanwhile, the voice from the 9th floor resounded abruptly. This is a body of water. Domain. Yi Xian's expression changed when he heard this, because he noticed that he'd been suppressed. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian directly took out the God King's throne. At the instant he sat on it, a mysterious godly hell suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Bang! In an instant, the space that Yi Xian resided in collapsed from these two domains. On the other hand, Yi Xian's God domain forcefully blocked the body of water. Moreover, Yi Xian utilized the sword domain once more. Two domains. Rumble! The streams of water around Yi Xian suddenly vanished without a trace. In the distance, Shen Gong's eyes narrowed slightly. Two domains. Yi Xian looked at Shen Gong with lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for the God King's throne and the sword domain earlier, then he might have perished. Right at this moment, Shen Gong suddenly closed his eyes slowly. In the next moment, the entire sky suddenly turned into a river, and then countless water arrows covered the sky as they shot towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed when he saw this, and he waved his right hand. The Tai Chi shield appeared in the sky. Rumble! In an instant, the entire Buzhou Divine Mountain trembled. There seemed to be no end to the water arrows in the sky. They were shooting at Yi Xian, who was on the ground. Even though the Tai Chi shield was able to block them, Yi Xian's face grew paler and paler. Yi Xian's expression turned ugly. He knew that Shen Gong was trying to exhaust him. Yi Xian turned to look at Amu below. At this moment, Amu was kneeling in front of the skull, chanting something. The skull in front of her gradually trembled. At this moment, Amu suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Give me the Ares axe. Yi Xian threw the Ares axe without hesitation. Amu grabbed the Ares axe. She bit her finger, and a drop of blood fell on the skull. Then she roared. In the name of the sorcerer god, I summon your soul back. Boom. The Ares axe shook violently, and the next moment, a headless figure was thrown down from the sky. P.S. I won't be asking for tickets anymore. How shameless. Chapter 1091. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Amu is calling for help. Whose soul is this? In the sky, Shen Gong's eyes fell on the headless body. At this moment his eyes were solemn. Yi Xian appeared next to Amu. He looked at the headless body and asked, Who is this? Amu said softly, The ancestor of the Guxing clan Guxing. Guxing. Yi Xian said, Isn't he from the Guxing clan? Amu nodded slightly. Yi Xian asked again, Will he help us? Amu smiled and said, Yes. Yi Xian still wanted to ask something, but at this moment, Guxing suddenly made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and the god of war axe directly turned into a ray of black light and appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he fiercely swung the axe in the direction of the divine workmanship in the distance. Chi. With this swing of the axe, the sky of Mount Buzhou instantly split open. In the distance, Shen Gong's expression changed. He narrowed his eyes, and a huge water shield suddenly appeared in front of him. The axe arrived, and the water shield instantly exploded. Shen Gong instantly retreated thousands of zhang away. At the sight of this, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. The strength of this Guxing is a little too terrifying. In the distant sky, Shen Gong stared at the headless body. Who is it? The headless body did not waste any time. He raised the divine warrior axe and swung again. Chi. In an instant, the sky above Shen Gong's head exploded. Shen Gong's pupils constricted, and he stabbed forward with the strange trident in his right hand. Chi. Where the strange trident landed, the space split open and countless streams of water gushed out. In an instant, the entire sky of Mount Buzhou was covered in water. At this moment, the divine warrior axe suddenly broke through the water and slashed at Shen Gong. Shen Gong's expression turned ferocious when he saw the axe coming. He stomped his right foot, and in an instant, the entire sky was covered by water. At the same time, a powerful force enveloped the entire Mount Buzhou. Water. Using water as a domain, forming a world of its own. The moment the water appeared, the Ares axe's attack slowed down. Suppress. The powerful water power directly suppressed the god of war axe. Seeing this, Amu's face darkened. Yi Xian blinked. Should we run? Amu said in a low voice. But what about the axe? If he takes it back, Guxing will not be a match for Shen Gong. Yi Xian looked at the sky. Guxing had been suppressed under the water. In the end, it was just a wisp of divine soul. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly shot into the sky. He didn't attack Shen Gong. Instead, he charged towards the dragon. He swung his sword swiftly, and the water chains that bound the dragon were severed by the executing heaven sword. After regaining its freedom, the dragon roared. Yi Xian pointed at Shen Gong in the distance. Go help him. The dragon glanced at Yi Xian, and then it transformed into a black ray of light and charged toward Shen Gong. As for Yi Xian, he charged over as well. He didn't intend to flee. He could flee now, but he couldn't flee in the future. If he fled now, Shen Gong might chase him out of Mount Buzhou. At that time, it would be even more troublesome. After all, this fellow's strength was too terrifying. With the addition of Yi Xian and the dragon, the situation of the battle was instantly reversed. Shen Gong was suppressed. Yi Xian barely made a move. He only used the Taiji shield at the critical moment to help the dragon and Guxing resist the fatal attacks. But this was enough. Because Shen Gong's strength was almost completely nullified by Yi Xian's Taiji shield. Shen Gong hated Yi Xian to the bone. But he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Gradually, Shen Gong was suppressed more and more, and in the end, he could only passively defend. Just like that, after fighting for about an hour, Shen Gong suddenly transformed into a stream of water and disappeared into the boundless horizon. Just like that, after fighting for about an hour, the divine craft suddenly turned into a stream of water and disappeared into the boundless horizon. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was about to chase after him, but he was stopped by Amu. Amu looked at Yi Xian. Don't let it get to your head. Yi Xian was speechless. The dragon suddenly said angrily, if we don't kill him now, he will definitely become a disaster in the future. Amu did not speak. Instead, he looked at Gu Xing, who had completely turned illusory. Seeing this scene, the dragon, who had wanted to say something, immediately shut his mouth. Without Gu Xing, he and Yi Xian would not be a match for Shengong even if they joined forces. At this moment, the dragon suddenly said, Human King, he will come again. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? I don't have any deep hatred with him, right? The dragon sneered and did not speak. Yi Xian said solemnly, he told me about an underground well, and wanted me to undo the seal there. Hearing this, the dragon's eyes narrowed slightly. Yi Xian looked at the dragon. What's in the underground well? The dragon did not speak. Yi Xian was expressionless. What else do you want to hide? The dragon still did not speak. Yi Xian said softly, if I'm not wrong, there must be many people like Shengong imprisoned there, right? The dragon suddenly said, he is not a human. He is a true god. A true god. Yi Xian looked at the dragon. How many more experts like him are there in the underground well? After a moment of silence, the dragon said, 39. 39. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face sank. This Shengong's strength was so terrifying, and there were nearly 40 experts like him in the underground well. If all these experts came out, the world would really change. Amu suddenly said, they are all imprisoned by the Tendo? The dragon nodded. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why does the Tendo want to imprison them? The dragon said, because they are too powerful and ambitious. They are not bound by the heavens and earth, and pose a great threat to this universe. Yi Xian frowned. Then why not exterminate them? The dragon shook its head. It's not that simple. Those are all great gods that have been sealed. How can they be exterminated so easily? Amu suddenly said, they should be exterminated. Yi Xian looked at Amu. Amu said softly, they can definitely be exterminated. The reason why they are not exterminated is probably because of other reasons. Yi Xian shook his head. Those great gods will take revenge on her. Amu looked at Yi Xian. Do you think she will be afraid? Yi Xian shook his head. Probably not. Tendo had the strength to seal those great gods, so he must have the strength to exterminate them. Amu smiled. No matter what, this is not something we should worry about. Let's go. Yi Xian looked at the dragon. Come with us. The dragon frowned. What do you mean? Yi Xian said with a straight face. Think about it. Will Shengong let me off? The dragon looked at Yi Xian. That's your business. Yi Xian nodded. It's my business. Sigh. If he comes looking for me, I won't be able to defeat him. At that time, I will do whatever he wants me to do. After all, I can't defeat him. With that, he pulled Amu and left. At this moment, the dragon suddenly blocked the way. In front of Yi Xian, the dragon stared at Yi Xian. Stay here. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, are you joking? The dragon said in a deep voice. Stay here. It's safer. Yi Xian shook his head. I still have a lot of things to do. The dragon looked at Yi Xian and didn't say a word. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, you wouldn't be thinking of forcing me to stay here, right? If you are, then I'll have to call for help. Hearing this, the true dragon squinted his eyes. At this moment, he thought of the headless man from before. Yi Xian gazed at the dragon. Senior, to be honest, it's not safe for you to stay here. If you stay with me, we can take care of each other. What do you think? The dragon fell silent. Yi Xian continued. What if Shengong returns if I stay here? If you stay with me, we can take care of each other even if he returns. What do you think? The true dragon remained silent. Yi Xian smiled and didn't say anything else. He just pulled Amu along as he turned around and left. Right at this moment, the dragon spoke abruptly. Human, I'll go with you. Yi Xian turned around to look at the dragon. The dragon stared fixedly at him. You have to promise me that you won't open the seal for Shengong at any time. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. Senior, then I have to promise you as well. If I encounter any danger, then you must lend me a hand. You have no choice but to lend me a hand." The dragon fell silent. Yi Xian smiled. "Are you unwilling?" The dragon gazed at Yi Xian. "So long as the enemy isn't the Tendo, then I'll definitely help anyone who attacks me. However, if Shen Gong attacks me or wants to open the seal, then you have to help me with all your strength." Yi Xian smiled. "Deal." The dragon nodded slightly. Then, with a shake of his body, he transformed into a finger-thin little dragon. He flew directly to Yi Xian's arm and wrapped around Yi Xian's arm. Yi Xian glanced at his arm, then looked at Amu. Amu grinned. "Let's go." Yi Xian nodded. Just like that, Yi Xian brought Amu and left Buzhou Sacred Mountain. After Yi Xian, Amu, and the dragon left, Shen Gong suddenly appeared on the scene. He stared fixedly into the distance, his eyes filled with resentment. In the end, he didn't dare to make a move, because his strength hadn't fully recovered. If he continued to fight like this, even if he won, he would be seriously injured. This was also the reason why he fled earlier. After all, his current strength wasn't even 50% of his peak. After a moment of silence, Shen Gong turned and left. Not long after, he arrived at a seal. On the seal, there was a small blood-red seal character. After a moment of silence, Shen Gong suddenly slapped the seal character. Boom. As soon as he made his move, a powerful force instantly blasted his body. He was directly pushed back thousands of feet by this force. After he stopped, his body directly became somewhat illusory. Shen Gong raised his head and looked at the position of the seal. At this moment, his eyes were filled with deep fear. After a moment of silence, Shen Gong slowly closed his eyes. "I still have to find that young man. King of Man." King of Man could break any seal in the world. To break Tendo's seal, the only way was to find King of Man. After a long silence, Shen Gong suddenly disappeared on the spot. On the other side, a woman dressed in black was looking down at Yi Xian and Amu in the distance. Yi Xian didn't notice her. Amu, on the other hand, inadvertently glanced at the direction of the woman in black. Chapter 1092. Amu brought Yi Xian back to the dimension of nothingness once again. Once they returned to the dimension of nothingness, an old man suddenly appeared in front of them. The old man bowed respectfully to Amu. "Great priest." Yi Xian looked at Amu. Amu smiled and said, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Elder Wuxia of the Wu clan." Yi Xian looked at the old man called Wuxia and nodded slightly. Wuxia looked at Yi Xian and said, "Great priest this is?" Amu smiled and said, "He is my shaman servant." Wuxia was stunned when he heard this. Amu blinked. "Is there a problem?" Wuxia looked at Yi Xian and carefully sized up Yi Xian. Then he frowned slightly. "Great priest," Amu suddenly said, "is there a problem?" Wuxia's expression changed when he heard this. He quickly said, "No problem." Amu nodded. "It's good that there is no problem. Let's return to the Wu clan." Wuxia quickly stepped aside. Amu led Yi Xian into the distance. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "He doesn't seem to like me being your shaman's servant." Amu looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "As long as I like it." Yi Xian nodded. He did not really care about what the other members of the Wu clan thought. Amu looked at Wuxia. "Only you woke up?" Wuxia shook his head. "Some of the clan members have already woken up. They are waiting for the great priest in Shaman City." Amu nodded slightly. "I understand." Soon Amu brought Yi Xian to Shaman City. Right when he entered Shaman City, a group of powerful berserkers from the Wu clan quickly surrounded him. When these powerful berserkers from the Wu clan saw Amu, their expressions became incredibly excited. All the powerful berserkers from the Wu clan quickly bowed towards Amu respectfully and said together, "Greetings, great priest." Amu nodded slightly. "No need for formalities." As she spoke, she looked at Wuxia. "Pass down my order. If anyone from the Wu clan wakes up, come to this city. Without my order, no one from the Wu clan is allowed to leave this city." Wuxia bowed respectfully. "Understood." After that, he glanced at Yi Xian, and then he left quietly. Amu led Yi Xian forward. Along the way, Yi Xian found that these Wu clan experts really respected Amu. Respect that came from the bottom of their hearts. Amu's position in the Wu clan was even higher than he had imagined. Amu brought Yi Xian to a tower with a seal. She formed a seal with her hands and chanted an incantation. After a moment, the tower started trembling, and soon the door to the tower was suddenly opened. The moment the door was opened, a rich wave of spirit aura instantly spilled out. Yi Xian looked at Amu. Amu smiled and said, "This is the place where the Wu clan keeps our treasures. Call that little guy out." Yi Xian nodded, then quickly summoned his heaven-battling beast. Xiaoling also came out. Amu looked at Xiaoling and smiled. "Bring it in to eat. Eat as much as you want." Xiaoling blinked. "Big sister, it can eat a lot." Amu smiled. "It doesn't matter." Xiaoling turned to look at Yi Xian, while Yi Xian looked at Amu. "Are you really going to let it eat like this?" Amu smiled faintly. "I also have my own selfish motives. These treasures are just worldly possessions. If we can exchange these worldly possessions for a powerful demonic beast, we will have made a profit. What do you think?" Yi Xian smiled. "I hope so." With that, he gently touched Xiaoling's little head. "Bring it in to eat." After getting Yi Xian's consent, Xiaoling did not hesitate anymore. She directly carried the heaven-battling beast and rushed in. Outside the tower, Yi Xian looked at the tower and asked softly, "Is the heaven-battling beast very strong?" Amu shook her head. "It wasn't very strong at first." Yi Xian looked at Amu. Amu said softly, "Its original limit, which is its ancestor, should be at the level of the 7 groups of spiritual beings. But it's different." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "You mean, it has become different after being cultivated by Xiaoling and the little white guy?" Amu nodded. "It's very different. Its bloodline has already surpassed its ancestors. With the help of the little white guy, I don't know to what extent it will grow. But it doesn't matter. We will find out soon." Yi Xian asked, "What if it still isn't strong after eating those treasures of the Wu clan?" Amu blinked. "So what?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Amu, aren't you afraid that the Wu clan will blame you?" Amu said softly, "Do you know why the Wu clan all revere me?" Yi Xian was silent for a moment. "Everything you do is for the Wu clan, right?" Amu looked at Yi Xian. "You are really smart." Yi Xian asked again, "You chose me for the Wu clan, right?" Amu nodded. "I have never hidden this from you." Yi Xian smiled. "You chose me mainly because of the people behind me?" Amu shook his head. "That's not it. I chose you mainly because of you." Yi Xian frowned. "What do you mean?" Amu looked at Yi Xian. "Because you are a good person." Yi Xian blinked. "Are you sure you chose me because of this?" Amu smiled. "If you were a bad person, I wouldn't dare to bet myself and the future of the Wu clan on you. You are different from many people. You have no ambition. You have no desire for power. You are not interested in longevity. And you are true to your friends. You don't do things against your heart. I can rest assured being friends with you. The Wu clan can rest assured too. It's that simple." Yi Xian was silent. Amu said again, "Don't think that you got to where you are today because of the people behind you. Some things are inborn. We can't change it. Your identity." Speaking of this, she paused and then giggled. "Your identity is indeed powerful. You are a powerful second generation who can't be choosy." Hee. Yi Xian was speechless. "Weren't you going to comfort me?" Amu blinked. "Because I suddenly realized that you don't need to be comforted at all." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Actually, I still don't know who the people behind me are. I don't know anything about them." Amu said softly, "Don't think too much. Just be yourself." Yi Xian looked at Amu. "If there was no woman in plain dress, you wouldn't have chosen me, right?" Amu looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said softly, "When the war sky beast comes out, I will take you to a place." Yi Xian smiled. "You haven't answered my question." Amu looked at Yi Xian. "I am a little disappointed in you." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" Amu shook her head. "When the war sky beast comes out, I will take you to a place. At that time, you can leave or stay." It's up to you. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. I didn't say I want to leave. Amu shook her head again and didn't say anything. But Yi Xian understood what she meant. Just like that, the two of them stood quietly in front of the attic. During this time, Amu didn't say anything. Yi Xian didn't say anything either. About 2 days later, a powerful aura suddenly came out from the attic. At this moment, the gazes of the Wu clan's experts were attracted. Yi Xian looked at the attic. Xiao suddenly ran out. She ran to Yi Xian and said excitedly, It's full. Yi Xian asked, And then? Little Ling blinked, and then she said, And then it grew bigger. Yi Xian was about to speak when the attic suddenly collapsed. Then a huge demon beast appeared in front of Yi Xian. A heaven-warring beast. In terms of size, this heaven-warring beast was as tall as a mountain. Its arms were like pillars that could hold up the sky, and it emanated an extremely powerful aura. At this moment, the true dragon on Yi Xian's arm opened its eyes. It glanced at the heaven-warring beast, and the heaven-warring beast looked back at it with a strong will to fight. Amu suddenly looked at Xiao and said, Make it smaller. Xiao nodded, and then she looked at the heaven-warring beast and said, Make it smaller. The heaven-warring beast didn't hesitate at all, and it silently changed back to its original appearance. It didn't dare show the slightest bit of disrespect to Xiao After all, she was the one who fed it. Moreover, there was still the little white fellow. It was both respectful and fearful of the little white fellow. In any case, both Xiao and the little white fellow were important to it, so it had to hold on tightly to them. Amu suddenly said, Its current level should be at the level of the 9 groups of divine beings. Yi Xian was a little shocked. It's even stronger than the 8 groups of divine beings? Amu glanced at Yi Xian. Don't underestimate that little white fellow. Her ability is unique in this world. Yi Xian fell silent. 9 groups of divine beings. In other words, the heaven-warring beast's combat strength far exceeded the heavenly dragon race's 8 groups of divine beings. It should be able to fight the true dragon head-on. Amu continued. The heaven-warring beast's bloodline has a special characteristic. It gets stronger the more it fights. Therefore, although it's a 9 groups of divine beings, it's enough to fight the true dragon. At this moment, the true dragon on Yi Xian's arm suddenly opened its eyes, and Amu added, Of course, if the true dragon is at its peak, it's also very powerful. The true dragon looked at Amu and didn't say a word. Amu smiled and didn't say anything else to the true dragon. Actually, after the heaven-warring beast received the help of that little white fellow, its bloodline was already not inferior to the true dragon. However, she also knew that the true dragon race was extremely arrogant. They didn't even care about other demonic beasts. Amu recollected her thoughts and looked at Yi Xian. Let's go. With that, she turned and left. Yi Xian was silent for a moment before he followed Amu. Amu led Yi Xian forward. Along the way, she didn't say a word. Yi Xian glanced at Amu. Angry? Amu was expressionless. Just a little disappointed. Yi Xian was a little puzzled and asked, What are you disappointed about? Amu stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Yi Xian. My witch's servant can have no powerful abilities, but he must be confident. Do you know what confidence is? Yi Xian was silent. Amu said again, Confidence? Why don't you have confidence? Is it because of the plain-dressed girl? Do you know that I have understood you? When you were in your small world, Qing City, you had no backing, no treasures, no fortuitous encounters, but you had confidence, you had pride, you had an unyielding heart. Do you know what is called a true heart? Nature? Why are you stronger now? You have more treasures, but your confidence is getting less and less? With that, she suddenly took Yi Xian's executing heaven sword. Do you know why your sword is worse than arrows? Because your sword doesn't have that kind of strong confidence. What can a person without confidence do? He can't do anything well. If a man doesn't have confidence, can he still be called a man? Chapter 1093. Confidence. On the spot, Yi Xian was silent. Qingqing. At that time, he was just an ordinary person, but for his sister, he had to become the heir of the family. because that was the only way for him and his sister to survive. Survive. Actually, at that time, it wasn't a matter of confidence but a matter of life and death. Of course, at that time he was indeed confident. At that time, he felt that as long as he worked hard, there was nothing he couldn't do. At that time, he didn't think of relying on anyone, because there was no one for him to rely on. He could only rely on himself. At that time, he didn't have the heart to rely on, because there was no one for him to rely on. It was also at that time his heart was as firm as a rock. Later on, he met many people, and the person who influenced him the most was the plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman changed him too much. And until now, it was undeniable that he was still alive because of the plain-dressed woman, and many people helped him, including Xiao Dao and the legendary Tendo, definitely not because of him, Yi Xian. Although he was very strong now, in the eyes of the Tendo and Xiao Dao, it was far from enough. And to be able to obtain the human king's inheritance, it was mostly because of the karma he had. Confidence? Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. My path is a little crooked. Amu looked at Yi Xian. It's not crooked, it's that you've lost your confidence and your nature. Yi Xian looked at Amu, and Amu said softly, you feel that everything you have now is because of the plain-dressed woman. You even feel that without her, you wouldn't have been able to live until now, right? Yi Xian asked back. Isn't that so? Amu nodded. You're right, it's indeed like that. Without her, you definitely wouldn't have been able to live until now. Yi Xian. Amu said again. But you've forgotten one thing. The reason why you have so many hardships is not unrelated to her. Yi Xian was a little confused. What do you mean? Amu said softly. There are many things that are very complicated. I can't explain it to you clearly. I can only tell you things that you can understand. Your fate, your future, has been decided by someone else. Yi Xian's pupils shrank. What do you mean? Amu looked at Yi Xian. Let me tell you. The reason why that plainly dressed woman behind you isn't coming up is definitely because she's helping you block something. She wanted you to escape from some fate. If it wasn't for her, I believe that you would be living a different life right now. You would be living according to the path that someone else had planned for you. Yi Xian said solemnly. Amu, what you're saying is a little too incredible. Amu shook his head. Your life is 100 times more mysterious than what I've described. Yi Xian asked. Who controls my fate? Amu looked straight at Yi Xian. You. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Amu pointed at Yi Xian's chest. You're scheming against yourself. It's also because of this that the plainly dressed woman can't cut off the karma of your previous life. Because she doesn't dare to. If she were to cut it off, she would cut you off as well. Therefore, what she wants to do is to change the trajectory of your fate. And you have to understand that for her, it's much easier to destroy than to change. But she can't destroy. Yi Xian said solemnly. You're saying that my previous life is scheming against my current life? Amu shook his head. No. It's far more than that. Yi Xian frowned. Qingqing Yi family, ancestral shrine. Ancestors above. Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the heir is removed and Yi Lang will inherit it. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man, stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral shrine. Everyone looked over and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the heir. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The great elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a family matter. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time the new heir Yi Lang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new heir Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of heir. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. You can be my personal guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. "I'll go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'll do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung. Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Qingcheng Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you butting in? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men drag her away. At this time the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, and before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung. Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, Your man? As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Chapter 1094. Yi Xian wanted to ask more, but Amu shook her head. I can't see through anything else. She quickened her pace after saying that. Yi Xian hurriedly followed. Amu. Amu turned to look at Yi Xian. Don't ask anything, don't say anything, just follow me. She walked into the distance after saying that. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then followed. Soon, Amu brought Yi Xian to a tavern in the city. The tavern's business was quite good. Seeing Amu's arrival, some Wu clan members hurriedly walked to Amu and bowed respectfully. Greetings, High Priest. Yi Xian found that there was only one person who did not bow, the owner of the tavern. The owner of the tavern was a middle-aged man, wearing a simple gray robe with a piece of black cloth tied to his chest, kneading dough. Amu looked at the Wu clan powerhouses in front of her and said softly, Everyone please rise. The Wu clan powerhouses stood up one after another. Amu bowed slightly to everyone and said, Please leave for a moment. I have something to deal with here. Hearing this, the Wu clan powerhouses hurriedly bowed back and quietly retreated. Amu walked to the middle-aged man and bowed slightly. Uncle Jiang. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, then glanced at Yi Xian. You chose? Amu nodded. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. You chose, of course, it's not wrong. Amu said, I want to ask Uncle Jiang for a favor. The middle-aged man said, Speak. Amu said, Open the Wu clan's path to purgatory and let him in. Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned. Are you sure? Amu nodded. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, This is not a joke. Amu smiled. I'm serious too. The middle-aged man said, Does he know? Amu turned to look at Yi Xian. The Wu clan's path of purgatory is a trial for our Wu clan. If you want to become the high priest, you must pass through this path. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. You want me to take this path? Amu nodded. Yes. But you can refuse. Yi Xian asked. What if I refuse? Amu smiled and said, Then please leave. I will use witchcraft to cut off the karmic connection between me and you. We will never cross paths again. Yi Xian looked at Amu. Amu had a smile on her face, but he knew that she was serious. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, I'll go in. Amu looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian chuckled and said, I know that you're not doing this for yourself, but for me. Amu turned around, not letting Yi Xian see her expression. Let me tell you, after you go in, your cultivation will be sealed. I will also use a secret technique to break your indestructible golden body and turn you into a real ordinary person. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You can break my indestructible golden body? Amu nodded. Yes. Yi Xian looked at Amu. Amu said softly, Don't underestimate the high priest. I know a lot. As long as I want to, I can break your Tai Chi shield and your indestructible body. Yi Xian was silent. Amu said again, After you go in, you will be a real ordinary person. But don't worry, you can give up at any time. Yi Xian asked, Did you want me to go in from the beginning, or did you only think about it now? Amu said softly, At the beginning, I didn't think it was necessary for you. But now, I realize that you are very necessary. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'll go in. Amu said, Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. Amu asked, Why do you want to go in? Yi Xian said, For you and for me. Amu was silent for a moment, then looked at the middle-aged man. Uncle Jiang. The middle-aged man shook his head. Lass. He can't. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. Uncle, don't look down on me like that. Uncle Jiang glanced at Yi Xian. Kid, after you go in, you will regret it. Yi Xian said, If I don't go in, I will regret it in the future. Uncle Jiang looked at Amu, and Amu nodded. Open it. Uncle Jiang sighed softly. Then he opened his palm, and a cloud of black gas floated out. Soon, that cloud of black gas formed a pitch-black black hole. At this moment, countless experts of the sorcerer tribe suddenly rushed over. The Wu clan's path of purgatory. This path could be said to be terrifying in the Wu clan, because it was even more terrifying than purgatory. In the history of the Wu clan, there had only been 3 high priests. In other words, in the entire history of the Wu clan, only 3 people had walked this path. Now that the Wu clan's path of purgatory had opened, it meant that someone was going to walk the path of purgatory. When everyone saw Yi Xian, someone suddenly said in surprise, "Isn't that the high priest shaman servant?" Shaman servant. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with rather strange expressions. In history, besides Amu, the other 2 shaman servants of the high priest were super experts. Regarding Yi Xian, the experts of the Wu clan didn't think too much about it, because he was chosen by Amu. In front of the tavern, Amu looked at Yi Xian. She slowly closed her eyes, and a moment later, she suddenly pointed a finger at Yi Xian's chest. Essence restoration. Boom. In an instant, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. The next moment, his face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his entire aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. Not only that, but his physical body actually transformed layer by layer at this moment. Not long after, Yi Xian's entire body actually collapsed to the ground. Weakness. At this moment, Yi Xian felt extremely weak, as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out. At this moment, Amu pointed another finger at Yi Xian's chest. Place of the outer fringe. Boom. A ray of black light suddenly entered Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's eyes widened, and in an instant his realm was sealed at this moment. His physical body, his realm, everything was sealed. At this moment he truly became a normal person. And that was not the end. Amu gently hooked her right hand, and the World Prison Pagoda directly flew out from Yi Xian's body. Not only the World Prison Pagoda, but also all the treasures on Yi Xian's body were taken away by Amu at this moment. Amu squatted down, and she looked at Yi Xian. Remember my words well. In life, there are very few people who can stick to their original hearts and not forget their original intentions. Why is that? Because living is a kind of cultivation. On this path of cultivation, we will encounter many, many problems, and also many, many temptations. It is easy for people to lose themselves. With that she paused and then said, "It is difficult to persevere, but it is very easy to give up." With that, she looked at Uncle Jiang. The latter hesitated for a moment, and then waved his right hand, and Yi Xian, who was lying on the ground, disappeared. On the spot, Amu stood up, and did not say a word. Uncle Jiang looked at Amu. "He won't be able to hold on." Amu said softly, "He can." Uncle Jiang shook his head. "Girl, you know that without great perseverance and determination, it is impossible for one to survive that purgatory." Amu looked at the black hole in front of her, and said softly, "He can definitely." Uncle Jiang asked, "What if he can't?" Amu slowly closed her eyes. "Then I will dig out my eyes." Uncle Jiang's expression instantly changed. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was in an endless desert. Just as Yi Xian wanted to stand up, he realized that he was weak. No, after losing his original powerful strength, he was no longer used to being powerless. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He slowly got up, and then looked into the distance. At the end of the distance, there was a desert, and he could not see the end. No. It was because his divine sense had disappeared, and he could only see what ordinary people could see. He had really lost all his strength. At this moment, there was a sudden change. A black shadow suddenly flew out from the sand beside him. Yi Xian's expression changed, and he instinctively pointed with his finger. However, this time there was no sword light at the tip of his finger. When he came to his senses, his entire right arm was torn off from his shoulder. Ah! Yi Xian was shocked, and he forced himself to roll back. The sand was instantly dyed red with blood. Yi Xian looked up. Not far in front of him, there was a red scorpion the size of an adult man chewing on his right arm. At this moment, cold sweat flowed down Yi Xian's forehead, because he knew that Amu was not joking with him. If he was not careful, he would really die. And just now, because of his own carelessness, his right arm was gone. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian took off his clothes and wrapped his mouth and left hand around the wound on his right shoulder. If he did not wrap this wound in time, he would bleed to death. At this moment, the red scorpion had finished chewing his arm. The scorpion stared at him, as if he was an object in its mouth. Yixian glanced in front of him. There was nothing in front of him, no external objects that could be used. What should I do? At this moment, he actually panicked a little. Because he was used to all kinds of divine objects and a strong body, he actually panicked in the face of such danger. Right at this moment, the red scorpion suddenly leaped and pounced at him. If it was in the outside world, then he would be able to kill such trash with a single glance. But at this moment, the red scorpion was like a god of death that was swinging its scythe. It was the smell of death. At this critical moment, Yixian suddenly roared furiously. He suddenly grabbed a handful of sand with his left hand and tossed it at the red scorpion's head. The red scorpion was caught off guard, and it closed its eyes instinctively. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly leaped forward. Right at this moment, the red scorpion suddenly bit at him instinctively. Yixian's expression changed. He bent his body and smashed his left fist against the scorpion's crotch. Crack! The sound of an egg shattering resounded abruptly. The red scorpion's eyes suddenly opened wide while its entire body stiffened. Its expression was even more horrifying than a human's. Meanwhile, Yixian seized the opportunity to smash his fist against the scorpion's throat. Bang! The red scorpion instantly stopped breathing. On the other hand, Yixian sat weakly on the ground. He wasn't like before, and coupled with the fact that his right arm had been torn off, he was extremely weak right now. However, Yixian didn't dare rest because he didn't know if there was any danger in the surroundings. In the desert, danger came from the sand beneath one's feet. Yixian hurriedly stood up. He glanced vigilantly at the surroundings, and then he wanted to leave and find a safe place. However, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at the red scorpion. There was nothing to eat in this boundless desert. How would I replenish my strength if I don't eat? When he thought up to here, Yixian walked towards the red scorpion. Chapter 1095. It didn't take long for Yixian to dissect the red scorpion. However, he noticed a huge problem, and that was fire. Where can I get fire? At this moment, Yixian suddenly felt that everything was very difficult. At this moment, he felt like he'd returned to the time when he was in Qing City. Qing City. Yixian couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought of that time. His life back then was really too bitter. In order to bring benefits to his family, he usually had to fight with other families deep in the mountains for a few days and nights. When he thought of this, Yixian suddenly laughed. Isn't it just a lack of cultivation? Isn't it just a lack of external objects? Could it be that I'll become a cripple if I don't have these things? When he thought of this, Yixian suddenly felt full of fighting spirit. He ate the scorpion raw. The scorpion meat was slightly sour and bitter, but he had to eat it in order to fill his stomach and replenish his strength. Staying alive was more important than anything else. A moment later, Yixian felt that he'd recovered some strength. He glanced at the surroundings, and it was a vast desert. He had to think of a way to leave this place. Yixian tied a piece of scorpion meat, wrapped it with a piece of cloth, and tied it around his waist. After that, he walked towards the distance. At this moment, a scorching sun suddenly appeared in the sky. Yixian's expression instantly changed when he saw this scene. Water. I must have water. Based on his current condition, he could hold on for 3 days at most. If there was no water after 3 days, he would die. Moreover, the scorpion meat on his body could only last him for 2 days. Time was pressing. Yixian's expression was gloomy as he walked towards the distance. Along the way, Yixian had a vigilant expression on his face, and he didn't dare be careless at all. In his left hand was a sharp scorpion tail that he'd chopped off from the scorpion. And now this was his weapon. After walking for around 2 hours, Yixian suddenly stopped. Because there was still a desert in the distance. Yixian fell into deep thought as he stood on the spot. Walking like this wasn't going to work. Not only would it exhaust his stamina, but it would also be easy for him to walk deeper and deeper. After pondering for a moment, Yixian suddenly took off the scorpion meat from his waist. He opened the cloth and placed the scorpion meat in front of him. Then, he walked to the side and let his body dive into the sand, leaving only his head exposed. Then he calmed his qi and concentrated. Wait. Yi Xian waited motionlessly. After about 2 hours, there was a sudden movement in the sand in the distance. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the scorpion meat. At this moment, a giant python broke out of the sand and bit the scorpion meat. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian suddenly broke out of the sand and rushed directly in front of the giant python. With a wave of his left hand, a handful of sand flew towards the giant python. The giant python subconsciously closed its eyes. However, its reaction was also extremely fast. It swung its tail and directly wrapped around Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly felt suffocated. At this moment, Yi Xian stabbed the scorpion tail into the giant python's vital spot. Snake blood splattered. The giant python raised its head and roared. Its tail loosened, and Yi Xian took advantage of the momentum and punched the giant python's vital spot. Boom! The giant python trembled. Yi Xian punched again. This time, the giant python immediately let out a mournful hiss. Just like that, he hurriedly punched it countless times. Gradually, the giant python stopped struggling and was on the verge of death. Yi Xian stopped and lay on the giant python's body. He had used all his strength just now. However, he didn't dare to rest. He got up and walked in front of the giant python. The giant python opened its eyes and looked at him. Yi Xian sized up the giant python. The giant python's body cultivation wasn't particularly large. It was about the same size as an ordinary human. Of course, it was much longer than an ordinary human. Yi Xian looked at the giant python. Can you understand human language? The giant python just looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian shook his head. Needless to say, this guy was too low level and definitely didn't have any intelligence. Without intelligence, it could be subdued, but it definitely wouldn't be a matter of a day or two. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian looked at his left hand. At this moment, he thought of his blood. Bloodline power. Was his bloodline power sealed as well? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Then he bit the tip of his finger and dripped a drop of blood into the giant python's mouth. When the drop of blood entered, the giant python's pupils suddenly constricted. Yi Xian was stunned. It was effective. He carefully looked at the giant python. The giant python was sticking out its tongue at him, its eyes filled with desire. It still wanted blood. Yi Xian blinked, and then dripped another drop of blood into the giant python's mouth. At this moment, the giant python suddenly trembled in excitement, but there was no change. Just like that, Yi Xian observed for about an hour, but the giant python still didn't change. Yi Xian was disappointed. Although his blood was of the highest quality, it was useless against monsters. After all, he was human. After the disappointment, Yi Xian pondered for a long time. In the end, he rode on the giant python's body and tied a piece of cloth around its head. Then he used his scorpion tail to gently poke the giant python's weak spot. Let's go. The giant python trembled and then flew out with a whoosh. Yi Xian grabbed the cloth tightly. He didn't know where the giant python was taking him. In any case, it was fine as long as there was someone to lead the way. He just wanted to get out of this desert and find a water source. About an hour later, the giant python suddenly stopped. Yi Xian frowned. At this moment, the sand in front of him suddenly trembled. Soon giant pythons crawled out of the sand. There were more than 20 of them. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed. Damn, this guy brought me to its nest. What the hell? The giant pythons looked at Yi Xian with fierce eyes and flicked their tongues. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. I'm screwed. At this moment, the giant pythons were about to attack. Yi Xian suddenly held the scorpion tail in his hand and pressed it against the giant python's head. However, the giant pythons didn't stop. Instead, they charged even faster. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Could it be that my reputation is going to be buried in the mouths of these snakes today? With his current strength, he was definitely not a match for these giant pythons. He couldn't even face one of them head-on. At this moment, the giant python beneath him suddenly roared. With this roar, the giant pythons in front of him stopped. Seeing this, Yi Xian was stunned. This giant python's identity wasn't ordinary. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Take me out of here." The giant python turned its head to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, "Can you understand me? Take me out of here, and I'll let you go." The giant python flicked its tongue, and then swam into the distance. The giant pythons beside it hurriedly followed. About 6 hours later, Yi Xian saw a mountain range. Seeing the mountain range, Yi Xian immediately smiled. Looking at the mountain range, Yi Xian felt a lingering fear in his heart. If it weren't for this giant python leading the way, he would probably have died in that desert. Because there was no water, no food, and no direction. Just as they were about to leave the desert, the giant python suddenly stopped. Yi Xian looked at the giant python and said, "Have your subordinates retreat." The giant python looked at Yi Xian and flicked its tongue. Yi Xian pointed at the giant pythons in the distance and waved his hand. The giant python turned its head and glanced at them. The giant pythons retreated one after another. Yi Xian jumped off the giant python and ran into the distance. The giant python did not chase after him. It just watched Yi Xian escape in the distance. After a while, Yi Xian entered the dense forest. The giant python still did not leave. At this moment, Yi Xian ran out of the dense forest in the distance. Behind him was a pack of black wolves. Seeing Yi Xian, the giant python's eyes suddenly showed a fierce glint. At this moment, Yi Xian in the distance suddenly stopped. He pointed at the group of pythons and then quickly gestured to the wolves. Giant python. In the distance, Yi Xian gestured very quickly and was a little excited. Gradually, the wolves suddenly looked at the group of pythons. When they saw the group of pythons, the wolves suddenly roared in unison. Soon, the wolves suddenly rushed towards the group of pythons. The group of pythons suddenly became a little chaotic. Yi Xian had already slipped away. Soon the group of pythons and the wolves fought. Outside the tavern, Uncle Jiang looked at Amu standing at the side. Amu chuckled and said, "The group of pythons deliberately sent him to the wolves, but they did not expect that the wolves are extremely sensitive to their territory. When they see them, they will definitely be vigilant." Moreover, he pointed at the pythons and added fuel to the fire, which made the wolves think that the pythons came to invade. Uncle Jiang said softly, "With wisdom alone, you can't get out of there." Amu looked in front of him and said softly, "Of course not. However, without wisdom, it is even more impossible to get out." Uncle Jiang said in a deep voice, "Girl, how did you get out of that desert back then?" Amu shook her head and chuckled. "It's all in the past, don't mention it." Uncle Jiang asked again, "You, the two high priests and him, who walked out of that desert faster?" Amu said softly, "In terms of speed, I am the fastest. In terms of strength, the former high priest is the strongest because she killed all the way out of that desert. In terms of being the most shameless, he is—" Hearing this, Uncle Jiang shook his head and smiled. "He should be out of that dense forest by now." Amu shook her head. "You're wrong." Hearing this, Uncle Jiang frowned slightly. He turned his head and looked in front of him. In the black hole, he could see Yi Xian. The battle between the pythons and the wolves could be said to be extremely tragic. There were corpses everywhere, and this time, the wolves won, because they were fighting on their own territory. After the living wolves left, Yi Xian appeared out of nowhere. Looking at the python corpses on the ground, Yi Xian shook his head, then took out his scorpion tail, and began to cut open the stomachs of the pythons. Take out the snake gall. This thing was a great tonic. After a while, Yi Xian took out more than 20 snake galls. Not only that, he also peeled off the snake skin and made a snakeskin coat to wear. He also made a pair of snakeskin shoes. After doing all this, Yi Xian looked at the mountain range in front of him. He knew that this mountain range must be extremely dangerous, and it was impossible for him to pass through it with his current ability. A moment later, Yi Xian suddenly picked up some dried leaves beside the dense forest. In front of the tavern, Uncle Jiang looked at Amu. What is he going to do? Amu fell silent. Uncle Jiang turned his head to look at the black hole. In the image, Yi Xian was holding a piece of wood and spinning it vigorously. About 15 minutes later, the wood in front of him burned. Uncle Jiang said softly, "He's going to make a fire to cook." At this moment, Yixian suddenly made a torch and lit it outside the dense forest. Seeing this scene, Uncle Jiang said in shock. He's going to burn the mountain. Is he crazy? Isn't he too cruel? Amu looked at Uncle Jiang with a strange expression. Why are you sympathizing with those monsters? Uncle Jiang. P.S. I've been reflecting recently. Back when I first started writing, when I was writing the Invincible Sword domain, not only did I update 3 times a day, but I would also break out every few days. But now, many times I ask myself, I might have forgotten my original intentions. However, later on I thought about it. Back then I was single. At that time, there were no external factors affecting me. Moreover, at that time, I was naive and did not know what healthcare was. But ever since I met some irregular readers, my life changed dramatically. They taught me how to do healthcare, and learned some things that were difficult to speak of. In conclusion, it's not that I've forgotten my original intentions, but that life is like this. On this path, there will be many temptations and problems. I'm not afraid of being confused for a moment, but I'm afraid of being confused for a lifetime. Everyone, don't worry, I won't be arrogant because I'm poor and can't be arrogant. At most, I'll be arrogant occasionally. Please vote. Chapter 1096. After a while, the dense forest started burning. The raging fire spread towards the depths of the dense forest. Soon, the roars of monsters could be heard in the dense forest. As for Yixian, he lay at the edge of the desert motionless. He just looked at the dense forest. Soon, many monsters escaped from the dense forest. There were all kinds of monsters. Many of the demon beasts had even escaped with the fire. For a moment, the entire dense forest was filled with screams. Not only did the fire not stop, it even spread deeper. In front of the tavern, Uncle Jiang looked at Amu. Isn't it a little inappropriate for him to do this? Amu was speechless. After the fire burned for a day, the entire dense forest was barren. During this period, countless monsters fled. Yixian did not stay idle either. During this period, he ate a lot of snake meat and snake gall, greatly replenishing his physical strength. The next day, the fire was still spreading. Yixian did not stay idle either. After recovering his physical strength, he put a bag of sand on his waist. Not only that, he also collected some of the python's liquid. He did not know if the liquid was poisonous, but he mixed it with the sand anyway. After doing all this, he secretly followed some monsters to escape. He did not dare to follow too closely, but followed from afar. Just like that, Yixian followed some monsters along the edge of the desert and walked towards the right. About 4 hours later, Yixian followed the monsters around the dense forest and entered a mountain range. However, at this moment, the roars of monsters were everywhere in this mountain range. Battle. Because after countless monsters entered this mountain range, it was equivalent to entering the territory of other monsters. They were fighting. Along the way, Yixian was careful. He had to avoid being discovered by some monsters. An hour later, Yixian looked up. At this moment, the sky was getting dark. It was getting dark. Yixian's face darkened. He had to find a place to take refuge. About an hour later, Yixian found a cave. He entered the cave and found some branches to cover the entrance of the cave. Inside the cave, Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground and drew a large circle on the ground. According to Amu, this was the Wu clan's road to hell. Purgatory. These 2 words were the key, and they had to be circled. Yixian knew that this place was definitely not as simple as it seemed. It would definitely be several times more dangerous than what he encountered now. In any case, he had to be mentally prepared. Not only did he have to be mentally prepared, but he also had to be prepared to deal with it. And his ultimate goal was to complete this path. In order to complete this path, he had to figure out where the destination was. Otherwise, it would be useless even if he walked for 100 years. In this path of purgatory, there were definitely demon beasts with higher spiritual intelligence. But the problem was that a demonic beast with spiritual intelligence was also extremely powerful. This was a difficult problem. After a while, Yixian leaned against the mountain wall and fell asleep. He needed to maintain his strength at all times. Late at night, Yixian suddenly woke up. He quietly walked to the entrance of the cave. Outside the cave, there was the roar of demon beasts. Yixian listened carefully. Demon beasts that dared to roar in the middle of the night were definitely not simple demon beasts. And he had to figure out the direction of these demon beasts. Otherwise, if he entered the territory of these demon beasts the next day, he might be finished. After about an hour, Yixian basically figured out the general direction of these demon beasts. When the sky brightened, he left the cave and continued forward. Along the way, he saw some demon beasts' corpses, but he successfully avoided the territories of some powerful demon beasts. After about an hour, Yixian came to a valley. When he entered the valley, Amu, who was outside the pub, narrowed his eyes. In the valley, Yixian looked around. It was very quiet. Yixian did not hesitate and slowly retreated. If it was too quiet, there must be a demon. And at this moment, there was a sudden movement in the bushes behind him. Yixian's expression changed. He took the opportunity to roll far away, but it was still a little too late. A sharp long thorn pierced through his left shoulder, and a stream of blood splattered out. After Yixian rolled on the ground, he quickly stood up. In front of him was a 7-colored spider. The spider was very big, even taller than him. The spider's legs were extremely sharp, like swords. Seeing this 7-colored spider, Yixian suddenly narrowed his eyes. This thing was definitely not something that those wolves and pythons could compare to. Yixian quietly placed his left hand that was wrapped in cloth into the sandbag at his waist. At this moment, the 7-colored spider suddenly rushed towards Yixian. Yixian narrowed his eyes, turned around and fled. Seeing Yixian flee, the 7-colored spider quickly chased after him. But at this moment, Yixian, who had only taken 2 steps, suddenly stopped, turned around, and threw a handful of sand. The 7-colored spider hesitated too quickly, and it was directly hit by the sand. Yixian quickly leaped and kicked the 7-colored spider's lower body. Bang! With an explosion, Yixian was directly sent flying. It was too hard. Yixian quickly got up, turned around and ran into the valley. At this moment, the 7-colored spider suddenly roared because its eyes were slightly red and swollen. The sand was poisonous. The 7-colored spider charged towards Yixian. He was definitely unable to outrun so many legs, and it wasn't long before the 7-colored spider caught up to him. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly stopped, and the 7-colored spider charged towards him. Yixian's eyes narrowed slightly. When the 7-colored spider arrived in front of him, he rolled on the ground, causing the spider to miss. On the other hand, Yixian suddenly stomped his feet on the ground and charged forward. At the same time, he grabbed the last handful of sand and sprayed it at the 7-colored spider's eyes. At the sight of this, the 7-colored spider hurriedly closed its eyes. Meanwhile, Yixian took advantage of the momentum to roll forward and arrive behind the 7-colored spider, and then he stabbed the scorpion tail at its anus. The 7-colored spider's eyes suddenly opened wide, and it was on the verge of splitting apart from rage. Meanwhile, Yixian swiftly pulled out the scorpion tail, and then he rolled backwards and pulled apart the distance between him and the 7-colored spider. The 7-colored spider stood on the spot in front of Yixian, while it roared incessantly in pain. After struggling for a short moment, the spider slowly fell to the ground and didn't move at all. Yixian instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this scene. Even though his cultivation and physical body were sealed, he still had his battle instincts. Of course, the main reason was that the demon beasts he'd encountered so far weren't particularly formidable. If it was like the demon beasts he'd encountered in the variant beast scripture, then all his schemes would be useless. Yixian glanced at his left chest, and it was still bleeding. Yixian glanced at the surroundings, and then he found some grass and crushed it before applying it to his chest. After the bleeding stopped, Yixian gazed at the 7-colored spider's corpse. He walked over to the corpse and dissected it. In the end, he took out a gallbladder that was filled with green liquid. He wrapped the gallbladder with his snakeskin clothes, and then he gently poured a drop on the ground. As soon as it fell to the ground was instantly corroded. Yixian's eyes lit up when he saw this. That's good stuff. He carefully put the gallbladder on his waist, and then he looked at the valley. He hesitated for a moment before he walked towards the top of the valley. He had to figure out his surroundings right now. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to arrive at the top of the valley, and his expression sank when he saw his surroundings. There were endless mountains all around him. He couldn't see the end at all. How do I get out? At this moment, Yi Xian was slightly lost. The most terrifying thing wasn't the difficulty, but the lack of direction. Because he didn't know how to leave this place. Give up. If he gave up, then he could leave right away. However, how disappointed would Amu be? Moreover, if others could walk out of this place, why couldn't he? Yi Xian? Not to mention anything else, Amu could walk out of the Wu clan's path of purgatory. He would definitely be able to walk out of this place. Yi Xian took a deep breath. At this moment, he made up his mind. Yi Xian stayed in the valley for about an hour before he began to walk down the valley. Then, he used the 7-colored spider's leg to cut many smaller branches. He sharpened the branches into sword tips, and then he turned the bark into ropes. Of course, this was extremely difficult for him now, because he only had one hand. After an entire day, Yi Xian dug a big hole at the entrance of the valley. He buried many sharp thorns in the hole, and then he covered the hole with some leaves. A trap. Fortunately, although the beasts here were much stronger than ordinary people, they didn't have much intelligence and couldn't be considered as real experts. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter what he did. After setting up the trap, Yi Xian left the valley. About an hour later, he suddenly ran back. Behind him, there was a beast that wasn't particularly fast. The beast was shaped like a pig, and its body was more than twice the size of a normal pig. Because of this, its speed was relatively slow. It madly chased after Yi Xian. Soon Yi Xian arrived in front of the valley. When he arrived at the trap, he jumped over it, and the beast fell directly into the trap. However, the thorns couldn't pierce through the beast's skin. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly jumped into the trap. Before the monster could react, Yi Xian took out a tree bark rope and wrapped it around the root of the monster, which happened to be holding onto the 2 eggs. Then he gave it a hard tug. Oh! The demonic beast immediately let out a shrill scream, but it didn't dare to move, because if it did, it would pull the egg. At this moment, Yi Xian had already climbed up, but his hand was still holding onto the tree bark rope. Yi Xian looked at the beast and motioned for it to get up. The beast did not budge. Yi Xian suddenly pulled on the tree bark rope, and the beast immediately let out another blood-curdling scream. Very quickly, it slowly climbed up from inside. It looked at Yi Xian. In its eyes, other than a fierce glint and anger, there was also fear. Yi Xian unceremoniously sat on the beast's back. His hand didn't let go of the bark rope. He pointed to the distance. Go. The beast didn't move. Yi Xian pulled the eggs, and the beast rushed out with a roar. Its speed was extremely fast. Outside the tavern, Amu lowered his head. He couldn't bear to look at it. Uncle Jiang was stunned for a long time, then looked at Amu. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "His actions are really a bit." Chapter 1097. Uncle Jiang didn't continue because he didn't know what to say. In fact, he wanted to say that Yi Xian's trick was a bit despicable, but on second thought, in that environment, survival was the most important. As long as he could survive, any trick was fine. As for Amu, although she lowered her head, there was a smile at the corner of her mouth. She wasn't that pedantic. In the mountain range, Yi Xian was riding the monster and walking slowly. He didn't dare to let the demon beast speed up. If it was too fast, it might attract the attention of other demon beasts. Yi Xian just rode the demon beast and walked. He didn't know where the end was, so he could only keep moving forward. Anyway, there must be a path in front of the mountain. On the back of the demon beast, Yi Xian looked into the distance, deep in thought. His thoughts were very clear now. The first point was to survive. The second point was to figure out this place. The third point was to leave this place alive. Give up. He really didn't think of giving up. As Amu said, it was hard to persevere, but easy to give up. And he, Yi Xian, wouldn't give up. When he was in Qing City, he didn't have any external objects, and he didn't have any backing. Didn't he survive? His heart. Amu said that he had lost his heart. At this moment, he suddenly understood what Amu meant. What was his heart? It was to constantly improve and move forward bravely. Confidence came from one's own strength. Although external objects and identity were also part of one's strength, the confidence obtained by relying on external objects and identity was illusory. The strength of others was not something to be confident about. The reason why Amu was disappointed was because Yi Xian felt that everything he had now was because of the woman in the plain dress. In fact, this itself was a sign of lack of confidence. Of course, he had to admit that the woman in the plain dress did help him a lot. Without her, he would have died 1,000 times. Then there was a problem. Why did he need help? Was he really weak? Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled. He had to say, in the face of those ancient powerhouses, such as Arrow and the others, he was really weak. Weak was weak. He was weak. He liked to play dirty. He liked to use external objects. He had received a lot of help because of the relationship between the plain dress woman and the sword sect. Not only was he not ashamed of it, he was even proud of it. Without the plain dress woman, without the sword sect, without the prophet, what was he? What the hell was that? It was worse than a fart. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled. Karma? To hell with karma. In this life, he was Yi Xian and no one else. If he had a backer, he would rely on them. If he didn't, he would rely on himself. Of course, he still had to rely on himself. His fist was the strongest. When he thought up to here, the scorpion tail in Yi Xian's hand suddenly trembled violently, and then it emitted a light sword cry. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was stunned. A moment later, he suddenly burst into laughter. At this moment, he understood what it meant by all things are swords. With a sword in the heart, everything can be a sword. Swordsman. Are you not a swordsman without a sword? No. Swordsman cultivated the heart, not the sword. With a sword in the heart, what cannot be a sword? A sword cry suddenly rose from Yi Xian's body into the sky. Second layer of the mortal realm. At this moment, a powerful sword intent swept out from Yi Xian's body. Outside the tavern, Uncle Jiang narrowed his eyes and looked at Amu. This is... Amu slowly closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and silently chanted an unknown witchcraft. A moment later, a mysterious force suddenly fell on Yi Xian's body. Boom. The sword intent around Yi Xian was suddenly suppressed, but this time, the sword intent actually resisted. The more it was suppressed, the stronger the resistance. Yi Xian held the scorpion tail in his hand, looked at the sky, and said with a smile, Amu, with this stab, your witchcraft will be ineffective. Outside the tavern, Amu looked in front of her, silent. Her witchcraft could not suppress the second layer of the mortal realm swordsman. One must know that Arrow was only at the second layer of the mortal realm. Of course, she could use powerful witchcraft, but what was the point? At this moment in the mountain range, Yi Xian suddenly retracted his scorpion tail, and the sword intent around him flowed back into his body like a tide. At this moment, Yi Xian's swordsmanship cultivation was once again sealed. Amu looked at Yi Xian on the screen. Yi Xian smiled and said, Amu, if you can complete this trial with the cultivation of an ordinary person, so can I. After saying that, he rode the demonic beast and galloped into the distance. In front of the tavern, Uncle Jiang suddenly said, actually, he didn't have to seal his cultivation. Breaking through in the path of purgatory was not against the rules. Amu smiled and said, confidence. Uncle Jiang looked at Amu, and Amu smiled and did not speak. In the mountain range, Yi Xian rode the demonic beast and galloped. At this moment, he was a little arrogant. Who am I afraid of? At this moment, the demonic beast under him suddenly stopped, and the next moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed in front of him. The speed was extremely fast, and before he could react, he felt a pain in his chest, and then his whole body was sent flying. This time he flew a full 10 feet, and finally landed heavily on the ground. Although his chest was in pain, Yi Xian did not dare to stay idle. He immediately flipped over, and in front of him stood a demonic beast. The demonic beast had a human body, a wolf's head, 4 legs and 3 arms. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. This demonic beast was intelligent. The demonic beast glanced at him, and then directly bit his mount. The mount let out a scream, and in an instant, it was eaten up by the demonic beast, not even leaving bones. After eating, he looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the demonic beast's crotch, and did not speak. The demonic beast was about to make a move, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait." The demonic beast looked at Yi Xian, and did not make a move. It really was intelligent. Yi Xian looked at the demonic beast. "I am a human, and I will not snatch your territory." The demonic beast looked at Yi Xian and licked its lips. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. "Damn, I did not snatch your territory, but you actually want to eat me." At this moment, the demonic beast suddenly rushed towards Yi Xian. Its speed was so fast that it made Yi Xian's expression change instantly. However, Yi Xian's reaction was not slow. The moment the demonic beast rushed towards him, he suddenly took out the spider gallbladder and threw it. The demonic beast did not slow down, and it punched the gallbladder. Bang! The gallbladder shattered, but the venom directly sprayed onto the demonic beast's fist, and in an instant, the demonic beast's fist started to rot. The demonic beast was stunned as it looked at its rotting fist. Right at this moment, Yi Xian had suddenly appeared in front of it, and then Yi Xian's fist smashed towards its head. The demonic beast roared furiously, and its other two fists directly smashed towards Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's body suddenly bent backwards as if it had been broken, and he avoided these three punches. At the same time, his right leg suddenly kicked the demonic beast's crotch. Roar! The demonic beast clamped its legs together. Its eyes opened wide, and its mouth opened so wide that a fist could be stuffed in. Yi Xian did not stop. His left hand suddenly pushed against the ground, and his entire body moved forward while sticking close to the ground. After that, he stabbed the scorpion sting towards the demonic beast's anus. Ah! The demonic beast's eyes almost split apart from rage, and its entire body jumped up and down on the spot in extreme pain. After Yi Xian struck the demonic beast, he took the opportunity to roll to the right, and put some distance between him and the demonic beast. In the distance, the demonic beast rolled ceaselessly on the ground and howled in pain. Even a demonic beast would find that kind of pain unbearable. Most importantly, no demonic beast would fight like this in a fight between demonic beasts. Therefore, the demonic beast had never expected that Yi Xian would use such a move. The demonic beast struggled on the ground and howled in pain. Moments later, Yi Xian suddenly walked in front of the demonic beast. The demonic beast roared furiously when it saw Yi Xian, and its eyes revealed a ferocious light. Yi Xian looked at the demonic beast. "Do you want to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his scorpion sting and placed it across the demonic beast's crotch. He grinned. "As long as you shake your head, I'll cut it off, haha." The demonic beast's body trembled subconsciously, and besides the ferocious light in its eyes, there was also fear as it looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I can spare your life, but you have to answer my question. Is there a problem?" The demonic beast looked at Yi Xian, and did not speak. Yi Xian's right hand suddenly exerted force, and a hole appeared on the demonic beast's body. The demonic beast was horrified and hurriedly rolled backwards. Yi Xian walked in front of the demonic beast. "Is there a problem?" The demonic beast hurriedly shook its head. It looked at Yi Xian as if it was looking at a devil. Yi Xian nodded slightly. "It's good that there's no problem. Come, let me ask you, where is this place?" The demonic beast looked at Yi Xian. 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. Able to speak human language. Yi Xian looked at the demonic beast. "How can you speak human language? Shouldn't demonic beasts speak beast language? How can you speak human language?" The demonic beast's eyelids twitched. "Human, I am a demonic beast with intelligence." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "But you are also a demonic beast. How can you speak human language?" The demonic beast suddenly said angrily, "Can you stop talking about this?" After saying that, it seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but take a step back. Yi Xian looked at the demonic beast and then said, "Have you met other humans?" The demonic beast shook its head. Yi Xian asked again, "What is outside the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range?" The demonic beast shook its head again. "I don't know." Yi Xian frowned. The demonic beast hurriedly said, I have never left the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, so of course I don't know. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "What is the strongest demonic beast in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range called?" The demonic beast looked at Yi Xian. "Giant ape, huge and incomparably powerful." Yi Xian asked, "Where is it?" The demonic beast pointed to the right. "Ape Mountain." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then asked again, "Can I beat it?" The demonic beast looked at Yi Xian, not saying anything. Yi Xian stood in the same place, deep in thought. A moment later, Yi Xian turned around and left. And his direction was the Ape Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian leave, the demonic beast immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Yi Xian turned back and walked in front of the demonic beast. "You have never seen a human before?" The demonic beast nodded. "Never." Yi Xian blinked. "Then do you know who I am?" The demonic beast looked at Yi Xian and shook its head. Yi Xian grinned, then turned around and left. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.